heavy with the unarmed kit, that uppercut right there.
Oh,
Oh,
once again with the ground pound, but it's
this
not
game
enough.
up.
Picklesaur just needs a couple more good hits. He's stopping the aggression with item tosses again. Now he's unarmed though, and he finds it off of a breakdance. Picklesaur takes game 2.
And that is going to be the reverse. Oh, well, not quite a 3-0 since it looks like Z-Zombie had a fall right there, but he's going to be taking the second game in essentially a 3-1. A reverse matchup, and now it's going to be even. Picklesaur is going to get the map ban right here, and he's going to ban Mammoth Fortress, and Z-Zombie should come in with his map pick in just a second so that we can go on into this third and final round.
We are going to be on to a game 3. What a wonderful way to start off the first game of today's ESL.
All right, and here we come into the last matchup between Picklesaur and Z-Zombie, both sticking onto their characters right now. Picklesaur on Ada and Z-Zombie on the brand new Bryn. Can Bryn bring it back into this third game, or will Picklesaur take this down? Let's find out.
And
who will take it down right now.
It's going to be interesting on the new King's Pass that I know some people are still getting used to. The increased width makes it a little bit less scummy than it used to be, but there's still quite a lot of use of that shenanigan area or Valley of Death down the middle.
You know, I think the changes to the King's Pass right now make it a kind of a fun 2v2 map now because it's so much wider. It allows for a lot more space for team battles along those lines.
And nice move from Picklesaur, landing the pogo. And gets the signature. Nice damage. Is he going to be able to close this out? He goes for the weapon toss. I don't think Z-Zombie was expecting that either.
Oh, he's expecting the explosives, though, and he's going to dodge those quite nicely. But the spear, the width of the spear when thrown.
Oh, what was that breakdance slide charge off the side? Picklesaur busting out some really creative stuff.
He's looking for any good hit now.
All right, both players kind of resetting the position.
Just trying to space himself out from Picklesaur right now and just kind of reset and try to look for an opening to get in and just get one hit up, because even though Ada might be in orange, Ada's defense is one of the lowest in the game and can cause Ada to be prematurely.
There's another breakdance. Picklesaur closing out the first stock, and you know, I think the trouble is Picklesaur is playing so unpredictably right now that Z-Zombie just can't get any good reads on him.
Ooh, but he is going to get Picklesaur with
nice
charged up punch to the face and followed up by a ground pound with the spear there, and that is going to even up this game a little bit.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good. Picklesaur getting down some good damage. That downlight on guns, definitely one of the best damage builders in the game. And Picklesaur, again with these spikes, like he's just doing things that a lot of other gun players aren't normally relying on. And so,
he's playing very aggressive with them.
Might just be a scenario where Z-Zombie isn't used to this style of play on this kind of character.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
nice punish
right through and lands that down signature with the spear, not nearly knocking Z-Zombie out of the map. Picklesaur has taken full advantage of this life, taking very little damage up to this point. He's been in light yellow for most of this stock.
Yeah, Picklesaur is looking pretty good. Z-Zombie probably feeling like he's on the ropes, just misses what could have been a huge opportunity for him. And Picklesaur now struggling to get back down on the stage as Z-Zombie equalizes a bunch of the damage off of some good air juggles from the axe.
Mm-hmm. That's one of the things about the axe, is its air control is insane, and being able to... Wow! The turnaround here from Bryn, though, is going to... That neutral signature is going to just fire Picklesaur right out of the map, and this is going to be turned in favor of Z-Zombie.
Yeah, you know, like we were saying, those signatures, they're hard to land, but when you can land one, they hit like a truck. And Picklesaur was on the receiving end that time.
Another one of those incredible neutral signatures with the incredibly precise hitboxes, so it's... You can tell that just using that one was a gamble, because if he missed, it could have cost him the stock itself, because he was in red.
Well, here we go. Picklesaur really needs to find that knockout, and he just can't. Z is just locking him out. It looks like Picklesaur suddenly doesn't understand how to deal with the axe play. He's trying to find a signature to stay safe, but Z-Zombie getting through, but the breakdance finishes it out once again. Picklesaur, that's like 3 kills off of a breakdance in this set.
It's something like that. He's going to have to come back, though, because Z-Zombie is you know, he just started taking damage this stock, and if Pickle can't build up anything big to try to finish him off with, he is going to have a really tough time surviving against a character with an axe with only 3 defense. Here we go. Looks like they both are going to have spears, and they're going to both look for who can just get in those short...
Other guy. It's good interrupt from Picklesore there, but now he's weaponless, and although he's been doing great with unarmed this entire time, you know, while unarmed has good priority, it doesn't have the damage that it used to, and it's incredibly dangerous to go up against somebody unarmed. Like, Picklesore's been capitalizing really well, but you gotta play so cautiously in this situation.
Oh, but it looks like he is going to find some guns. Can he make any use of it? It looks like a side air from Bryn could finish him off at this point. He's playing. It looks like Pickle's going to be playing a very dangerous game.
Yeah, Picklesore again with those weapon tosses. Probably not the best of decision there. Once again, putting himself in that kind of bad position. Z-Zombie catching the spike ball and killing Picklesore with it.
That is going to send Picklesore down to the loser's bracket, and Z-Zombie is going to go on to the second round.
Oh my goodness.
First game, that was very intense.
What a finish from Z-Zombie right there.
Intense to the point where it was stressing Tiverus out a little bit. Tiverus, I hope you're doing all right over there.
Dev saying that he's stressed out from watching his own game, and now here we are. The crocky happens. Z-Zombie just barely scraping through at the end despite some impressive play from Picklesore, and just like Tiverus is saying, we got a catch and throw finish.
Oh yeah, well here we go. Hopefully we can get another round in just a moment. But before then, what do you think about those last 3 matches? Those some unusual, so not terribly usual picks of Ada coming out with an aggressive style of guns versus Bryn with some of her very powerful signatures coming in handy. Even though they're a bit slower than some other characters, it really seemed to not make a difference.
Yeah, you know, I think it's interesting because Picklesore definitely demonstrated a lot of the bad habits that longtime players have in this game. And he made a lot of decisions that I understand exactly why he made them, but they were the wrong decisions at the time. You know, sometimes the weapon throwing really worked out in his favor, but 50% of the time he was throwing away a weapon, wasn't getting a hit, wasn't able to retrieve it, there wasn't another item nearby, and now suddenly he was on the back foot. You know, when he was unarmed, he was being able to capitalize off of it pretty well, but in the end, Z-Zombie was just able to control the space with the axe and just turn around that last game because of how good axe does against the unarmed moveset.
Yeah, it was a very interesting match, though. A lot of different play that you don't normally see, but there's a very good point about the throwing weapons is that he kind of was throwing in the old style of play, and it was very reminiscent of someone who I've been playing with recently who has kind of been coming back a little bit, who is Scarbot. And Scarbot, in some of the matches I've had against him, is a lot of his play involves a lot of throwing of weapons, like a lot of the old days. And
it's a certain mark of people who've been playing like since pre-February, I think.
Yeah. I think we're around February-ish. I think the throw meta really fell out around probably April.
Yeah, that sounds about right. You know, and it's one of the interesting things about the game is that, you know, much like a MOBA, for example, you know, for lack of a better example, you know, if anybody here plays, you know, MOBAs or action RTS games, they can understand what it's like to have to constantly adapt to new patches and to new styles of the meta and new things. And typically in fighting games, that's not really what you're used to. It's like, okay, you know, somebody released this game and now this is what we're stuck with, and we're just going to explore it and deal with it and so on and so forth. But Brawlhalla, you know, with patch pretty much every month or so, it's just constantly adapting. And I mean, if you actually think about it, like it's even closer to like 3 to 4 weeks, because since November we've had 15 patches. You know,
that sounds about right.
That's a lot of scrutiny and a lot of attention to detail given out to the competitive meta from, you know, Blue Mammoth Games. And for us as players, it's something where, like, for me, I feel like I'm constantly having to adapt, and that's something that I really love about playing this game.
And it's similar to a lot of, like you said, a lot of the other esports games where a lot of patches come out and you have to change your play around it. But these patches, I don't want to say they're a little bit different, but they're sort of different in the fact that you're not really having to relearn a character all over again, but rather just get used to the feel of a character all over again. Because a lot of stuff usually gets changed, it's not really the character themselves, but maybe the weapons or the speed of an auto attack. Like with the dex changes this patch, all the light attacks or the quick attacks feel even quicker than they did before.
Yeah.
So it's really just getting used to the feel of it. It's not even getting used to a certain character over again, really.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I think it's one of those things. I think it's one of those scenarios where that's part of what really distinguishes top players from your average players is that, you know, top players are so aware of how the changes are affecting everything that they can adapt quicker than everyone else. And it definitely becomes a battle of wits and intelligence in addition to just, you know, how quickly you can react and how good you are at pressing buttons. So you can mash people's face in until you can kick them off the stage.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, it's a fighting game, right? All you have to do is smash the buttons, like, just hit the light attack maybe a bunch of times, spaz and move around in ways that you don't even understand. Maybe hit the dodge button a couple times.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the brackets just so that we can give everybody an update of where we are. It seems everybody is in the middle of a match right now. We probably got some reporting happening, so we can see a little bit of our results as we move forward with all of this.
All right, but it looks like Sam Lee and Stevenator, Doughboy, Puralysis, and Energy Monster. We watched Z Zombie win. Young Padawong and Fabi all won their first rounds and are facing off against, most of which are facing off against some of the people who had bye rounds, such as Scroy, Magma Bob, Moose, Stardust, and Pots of Flesh Vortex. So those should be some very difficult games for some people, but very interesting to watch as well, I think, if we can get one of those games.
Yeah, let's see if we can get another game in here shortly. Right now it looks like everybody is still tackling their matches, but...
Stevenator giving us a room for Stevenator versus Volcor, but let's see what we can get. I think Zaholipale was going to be setting us up with something.
All right, well, let's go ahead and see if we can hop in that if they're about to start, just so that we can get everybody back into the action.
Yeah, sure thing. So I believe he said... Well, he's got it right there.
You can just join on me. Let's...
I just already put the number in. Oh. And it is not a 3-man free-for-all, so I'm going to jump out of that lobby.
All right, so here we go. We should be getting into this here shortly. I'm going to find out if they're starting from the top. I believe that they are.
This should be the beginning of the second round. Yep, they are starting from the beginning. So this is going to be a 3-match, a best of 3, not a 3-match. I don't know what that means.
It's going to be a best-of-3 match. Winner will carry on. Loser will go to the loser's bracket. This is a winner's bracket game. We are going to be avoiding loser's bracket games until the end of the tournament when we'll be streaming top 8, at which point we'll be doing all of that concurrently. But for now, you know, we're just doing that thing where we're trying to just hop into the games that seem interesting and try to make sure that we keep the action going for you guys. A little difficult here and there, but in between, you know, we have the glory of Frone's voice.
Hey.
To carry over, you know, to weather us through the storm.
And if things get really bad and we almost run out of things to talk about, I can always come up and distract the chat with memes like John Cena and hit them with a crocky, and then they'll go insane and forget that we've even playing Brawlhalla. So don't worry, I have backups.
Backups and backups.
And his name is John Cena. Ba, ba, da, ba. I expect to see that explode in the chat in just a second.
And Volcor on Hattori. Level 15 Hattori color coming out from Volcor, and Stevenator is going to be playing Ada. This should be incredibly interesting, guys. 2 low armor characters, 2 heavy, fast attackers. Let's see how this turns out.
2, 1, brawl.
Ada coming back into this match is going to be, maybe Ada is just a sleeper pick with a lot of people. Everyone kind of realizing that the dex changes making a lot of these lower defense characters really viable. A lot of people are just deciding gonna go for it this patch.
Well, I think a lot of it too is that a lot of people have started to realize the true versatility of the spear and just how well it deals with certain cases, and I think that's part of the reason why Ada's seen a bit of a resurgence, in addition to the fact that the dex changes did help her out quite a bit. But Stevenator right now taking a lot of damage as Volkor's being very aggressive, but Stevenator gets the nice side combo into signature right there. Definitely one of the more devastating things about Ada, and part of why she is a solid pick right now.
Ooh, and he tries, it looks like Stevenator was trying to set up that mind throw to combo Volkor right into, but Volkor got that side kick right in there at the very end of the interrupt, and that was probably turned the game around just a little bit right there.
These guys really close right now in damage. Stevenator getting a good signature. He's now on guns, and Volkor gets the first knockout off of a recovery. I want to say Stevenator was going for the gun ground pound, but it just doesn't come out fast enough.
That frame just wasn't in there in time, and Stevenator took the full force of that recovery and in response, and just...
Right now, he really needs to find the knockout, but Volkor is staying in the middle where he knows he's a bit more safe, being really aggressive, not giving Stevenator any time to breathe, and Stevenator turns it around right there with the gun recovery, getting the knockout. Another really good thing about gun users this patch is a lot of people have really been figuring out how to use that recovery in situations that they weren't capitalizing on before.
And looks like Volkor is really going to be favoring that sword in this matchup, and doing building up a lot of damage with it. With the
Stevenator going for the neutral. That is nigh unto impossible to dodge out of, and Stevenator just completely capitalized off of that, getting an early knockout on Volkor while he was still in orange.
It's one of those gun Tybo combos from the past that are coming back with the what is it? Triple neutral air into a recovery is just. It's just devastating.
Yep.
It's been devastating
I mean,
for a while, but
it's not a true combo, but dodging out of it is very difficult. You can't interrupt it with an attack. You have to dodge, and so if your dodge is blown, you don't really have a lot of options. And Volkor's got to be feeling the pain. He gets a nice neutral. Stevenator trying to recover, uses the dive kick to avoid all of Volkor's aggression.
Oh, is that going to finish him off? It is just barely... He's just barely going to have the room to recover, and... If Stevenator can make use of this life, he can take it down right now, but not having access to a weapon might make that very difficult.
Yeah, Volkor really needs to find the knockout. There he does. He gets it, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough for him to close down this match. I think Stevenator really took him by surprise during that second stock.
Volkor being in orange-red right now is going to make this very difficult for him to come back. He's gonna have to deal a lot of damage, and if he can land some strong hits and maybe finish him off.
Not gonna happen though. Stevenator punishes the whiffed spacing on the side spear. Stevenator takes game one over Volkor. Over Volkor, as this Omni versus Wolf battle continues on for game two in this best of three set.
And it looks like Stevenator is gonna switch things up to Taros.
Interesting. Maybe he's just trying to keep Volkor on its toes. Although, wait, I'm not sure if the legend switching rules do apply here, because it should be you can only switch if you lose.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is allowed. We might have to get an official ruling.
It's typically that winner can't change.
Let's see if there's any legend switching.
We're going to be checking the official rule set.
Let's see if I can find anything.
And also checking with the Holy Pale.
I don't think I can find anything. It might not be in the rule set, so he might be allowed to do that.
All right, we're just waiting on a quick ruling from our tournament organizer, just to see if that is the case or not. All right, there is no rule on that, so he's good.
All right. Then we will be seeing Stevenator on Teros. And we'll get this match underway in just a moment, I guess. Once we get the map pick underway. And there we go. It is going to be a map pick for Blackguard Keep by Volcor. And he is going to be switching up to Nash as well.
Interesting.
So we're going to see a Stevenator Teros versus Volcor Nash right now. A very different switch up. I'm used to seeing Volcor play Hattori, but not quite as much Nash, so let's see if this has been a sleeper pick for him for a while.
Yeah, I think Nash is incredibly solid this patch. If you aren't ready to deal with the amount of distance and speed that this character's got, you can take a lot of unexpected damage. I mean, Teros is kind of the same way, but I think that Teros has seen a lot more play than Nash in the past, and so Nash is just really good at catching people off guard.
Oh yeah, I mean, just the range of his signature moves can catch you off, especially with the spear signatures that he has, because, like, for example, his neutral signature, if someone's trying to get above you, it can cover just a huge amount of area in the air, and has a good bit of force to knock people out as well.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. So far, Volcor getting the lead. Oh, what was that neutral as he clips Stevenator halfway through his own signature.
I think he caught him between the two hitbox zones.
Yep. And, you know, that's something that's always risky about those two-part signatures, but Volcor was just in the right place at the right time. Is he going to be able to get a knockout off of this? Stevenator does manage to recover, getting back, grabbing his own Valkyrie horn, trying to pick up a weapon, but staying extra cautious. We haven't seen many signatures from Volcor yet, and it might just be one of those scenarios where he picked Nash entirely for the stat set.
It is possible. I mean, the stat set can make a difference on those quick attacks right there, as you can see, and taking advantage of that is a viable strategy. But
oh, but the charged punch! Volcor getting the first knockout, making it 3-2.
There we go. That is going to be Volcor taking the advantage in this game in the very beginning. Let's see if he can keep it up.
All right, well, Volcor is in a bad spot right now. Stevenator sends him skyward. Good aggression from the axe. Really hard to deal with. The axe is just so fast. And Volcor does manage to get back to the stage. Gets the spear. Might be a slightly better weapon for him in this scenario, but Stevenator is searching for the knockout.
You know, I just had the thought. I'm looking at Teros right now, and I don't know if they did this on purpose, and maybe Tivorus can let us know if this is the case, but
oh, Volcor just not able to recover.
That axe looks exactly like a candy corn.
I'm pretty sure that wasn't intentional. Or maybe you're just hungry. That tends to be like a normal thing for the tournaments. It's like, you get hungry, I get hungry. And then we start seeing candy and fried chicken where there isn't any.
Well, we obviously just need to have these events catered by the glorious ESL staff. They just need to cater.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. Right now we've got a lot of side airs and down airs and a lot of dodging.
A lot of searching for strong air attacks from each person.
Now, everybody just being really safe, and neither of these players really waiting for the dodges. With both of them dodging very frequently, and you know, in this scenario, really just need one of them to pause and toss out a signature. And there they go. They both attempt for it, and now something happens.
I think they were listening to us, because as soon as we started talking about using just a lot of air jumps and attacks, they both switched up to signature moves.
All right, well, let's see who can get the knockout off of this. Both of these guys have been playing so safe, but Volcor gets the scoop and knocks out Stevenator off of an air downlight.
Yeah, that scoop can be very devastating. It's got a great amount of priority from underneath and can counter quite a few moves. And the pickup power from it is just a very good way to counter some opponents going for certain moves, especially signatures, and they try to go underneath you.
Yeah, it's a really strong positional tool. Volcor was using it pretty well throughout the course of this match, but you know, I think it's just part of the fact that both hammer and axe are very air-reliant weapons, the way that these guys are deciding to play them. And Stevenator gets a signature, making it 1-1. He's not ready to give this up yet. And
it looks like Teros is that double hit from the candy corn is just gonna. I'm gonna call it that from now on.
Is that what we're calling it now?
It looks exactly like one. You can't blame me.
Oh man. Well, the damage is not that even right now. Volkor still has a nice lead, but Stevenator is closing that down right now.
Eros does have eight
Nice
strength.
recovery.
And, 8 strength is a very good stat to have when you need to build up damage and come back in a game. As you can see, it's making quite the difference right here, because one hit basically increased Volkor's damage threshold by 1 full color.
Oh, Volkor with another scoop. Is this going to be it? He throws his weapon. Stevenator just barely dodges it. He comes back, dive kicking around the signature. Stevenator now without a weapon, searching for that Crocky. Isn't able to find it. Both guys looking for those unarmed punches, because those are such good guaranteed knockout tools if somebody walks into it by mistake.
Oh, it looks like Stevenator is going to find a weapon, though, but he's going to take a hammer side air to the face. Is this going to be it?
Oh, the weapon toss forces Stevenator to dodge. He goes the wrong way, and Volkor takes match number 2.
Wow, a huge turnaround for Volkor. He's going to be evening up this matchup right now, and this is going to put this game into Game 3. This is 2 Game 3s in a row. Not something we normally see in a tournament.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. You know, the fact that these matchups early on have been so close. Volkor just doing a really interesting job that time around, and it looks like both players are reverting back to their original characters.
Very interesting. It was almost like they, I don't know how to describe it. It's just very unusual that they would start out with their initial characters, pick something completely different for the second one, regardless of what happened, and then switch back to their original characters.
All right, well,
Again.
maybe they were just testing the waters a little bit. Maybe neither of them liked how long that match went on, and it looks like maybe we'll see a more aggressive match.
All right, well, here it goes. It is going to start up right now with Volkor on Hattori and Stevenator back on Ada as well.
A couple of friendly salutes coming out. Stevenator gets the first hit off of random recovery that Volkor was not expecting, but everything's pretty even right now. And, you know, in the beginning of these matches, it's really just all about establishing that lead. And, you know, that first stock has such good...
Ooh, that neutral signature coming out from Hattori right there.
Yeah, a couple of nice moves from both people. And, you know, Hattori... It's one of those things, because her signatures have such low priority, every time you get hit by one, you just feel awful. Because you realize there were like 100 things you could have done to deal with it, but you just got completely caught off guard or just read like a book.
It almost sounds like you're trashing on Hattori right now, and which is probably
No,
true.
I think that's one of the best things about Hattori, honestly, is the fact that, like, Hattori can get in the mind of people probably better than any other character, in my opinion.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the best thing about Hattori was that her signatures are really low priority. All right, looks like both players are deep red right now. They're going to be looking for that finishing move on the opponent. The side light from Hattori not quite going to be finishing off Ada right here, even though she does have 3 defense. Hattori only has about 4 strength, and that might not be enough to finish someone off right here. Ooh, both players getting close to finishing each other off.
This has been an incredibly long first stock. Those Volkor knocks him out of the last hit. Huge aggression. Volkor recovers. Holy crap.
Wow,
that was unexpected.
Very close. I for sure thought Volkor was going to take it to the face right there, and he did, right just now. That uppercut, even through the previous nerfs, is going to be finishing off Volkor and sending him into the sky.
Yeah, both players back down to neutral. These matches are going on for a very long time between the two. We are already down to 5 minutes 48.
All right, but here we go, and both players with the spear right now looking for those side airs, those quick stabs and jabs right here, building up damage. Let's see if they come up with anything crafty to try to catch the other player off guard. So far, I haven't.
So even right now. I mean, it's basically going blow for blow, as these players are so evenly matched, and even, you know, like the strength and damage priority and the rest of it. And Stevenator gets a nice forward spear, punishing the neutral from Volkor. However, not able to get the knockout. Hattori's speed just making it safe, gets another one, and that will close out Volkor's second life as Stevenator makes it 2-1.
Those spear signatures on Ada are very powerful, and taking damage from any of them either will build up a huge amount of damage on you or are liable to finish you off. And that's just what happened right there, as we saw. It looks like Stevenator is going to try to play some gun spacing against Volcor right now, but it's not going to work too well. Volcor is going to get that side air onto Stevenator, almost knocking him out, but not quite finishing the job.
Stevenator, you know, is just doing his best to stay alive and try to get in little hits of damage wherever he can, but Volcor's reading all of the side airs, predicting them really well. As he gets a recovery hit, Stevenator not quite knocked out. Ooh, nice neutral, guarding against that aggression. And, you know, this is all Stevenator needs to do, is to just play really safely, but he gets hit! Volcor is slamming him to his doom with a nice side light.
And that is going to be that's going to be all it takes to finish Stevenator off in that life. Let's see if Volcor can build up some damage really quickly to even this battle up. He doesn't have too much damage built up on himself right now, so he can turn this around.
Stevenator trying to search for the signature. He wants the knockout, and it's really difficult to do that on guns if you can't get a recovery or a signature. Stevenator playing really safely, but Volcor is just being really patient. It's starting to read these dodges much better than he was in the first couple of games.
Playing very fluidly right now, trying to get in on Stevenator, and in some cases it's almost working. Stevenator's really, it looks like Stevenator realizes this and is trying to finish Volcor off as quick as possible by landing one of those gun recoveries, but...
Oh, there's a recovery, but he drops the last hit as Volcor just manages to move out of it. It's got to feel devastating for Stevenator.
That could be the catalyst for this game. If Stevenator can't land another one of those recoveries right now, he
keeps searching for it, but Volcor just dodging through every single one.
Stevenator really just favoring the idea of finishing him off with the recovery. I think he used almost 8 of them in the last few hits.
Stevenator trying to punish, but can't find it.
Volcor doing an exceptional job of
just
almost gets
barely dodging out of it. Stevenator
doing an exceptional job of getting in there and building damage, though. This is just putting Stevenator in such a hard position.
Oh, that could have been it. Just barely misses. Not quite close enough for the punish. Oh, Stevenator going for the risky down signature.
That might not have been the best move to select right there. And
but he gets hit off of the ground pound, avoiding the signature. Volcor takes the 3rd match and is going to be moving on, while Stevenator drops down to losers.
And that was very well played by Volcor. He brought that last game back in a very close fashion. Just really reading out a lot of Stevenator's hits. It looked like Stevenator was trying to get a little greedy with some of those signatures and really trying to end the game quicker than he should have. I don't think he was giving Volcor enough respect on some of his quicker attacks while he was just getting in and building some damage up.
Yeah, that was just an intense game between two very closely matched people, and I think right now people are asking to see the Pots and Pans versus Z-Zombie matchup, but it doesn't look like they have started just yet, so I'm going to go ahead and make a lobby, and then we'll see about getting them in here for that.
Sounds good to me.
All right, guys, we are working on getting the next match up.
So what were some of your observations in that last matchup right there between Stevenator and Volcor? What were some of your thoughts that you had while observing the two of them play off against each other?
You know, I think what it was is that both of these players had pretty similar play styles and were trying to rely a lot on some different things. So, you know, we saw really elongated games as both players were fishing for the same type of attacks, and there was a lot of attack dodge rhythms. There was a lot of dodge dancing, and all of the games went on for pretty long. And I think a lot of it was that neither player was really willing to just stop for a second and break the rhythm. You know, and so a lot of the hits that we saw were in scenarios where a move just came out slightly faster than another one because both players were being so aggressive with their attacking and dodge patterns. And, you know, eventually what ended up happening is that Volcor managed to come out on top.
Oh, it looks like Z-Zombie and Pots and Pans have already played. It looks like Z-Zombie was going to be taking Pots and Pans down and moving on to the next round.
All right, let's take a look at the brackets.
so far in the quarterfinals. I think we're waiting for Scroy and Samly to finish up their match, but other than that, we saw Volcor take down Stevenator in a very exciting matchup right there. We have Gerard Joling and Moose going to be facing off in the quarterfinals, as well as Stardust facing off against Z-Zombie and Flesh Vortex going against Magma Bob.
Oh man, these are all such great matches. I would love to see any of these. Let's see who is ready to go and who we can't get in this room.
Looks like Magma Bob is going to be jumping in here, so we might be seeing a Magma Bob Flesh Vortex fight. Now that one might be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, this should be really good. I know Flesh Vortex has been training incredibly hard lately. You know, he joined,
raising his power level.
He joined up with the Omni crew. You know, the guys who, who kind of planted their flag in the ground and said, you know what, we want to start taking this more seriously. We want to start taking tournaments. We want to start, getting to that top echelon of play. And it's going to be really interesting. You know, I've seen Magma Bob's style evolve in a really interesting way over the last month, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see if Magma Bob goes all the way to the end. So,
but the thing we have to take in consideration right now is that Magma Bob right now has the power of the jerky. This could be a deciding factor in some of these games, since he now has access to the golden jerky of yore. I don't know what I'm saying right now, but it sounds really fun. Maybe that's something they should do, is name some jerky, the golden jerky of yore. And they can have Magma Bob. Market that one out for them.
Alright, well, we should be getting started here pretty soon.
Alright, it looks like we do have Flesh Vortex and Magma Bob in the lobby right now, though, so we can get this match down in just a second. Alright.
Looks like they are talking through some things. We're going to just go ahead and give them they can start when they're ready.
Alright, and we'll get this game underway in just a moment. Now, I do expect to see Magma Bob pulling out Orion this patch. All the changes bring all the characters up, pretty much. Orion, and with all the changes to the Lance this patch, I feel like is a very strong pick. A lot of players having trouble with playing against the Lance because the Lance wasn't as much of a fast weapon to be used in some previous patches. Is kind of taken some people by surprise. And
yeah, I think the dexterity changes really helped out a number of Lance characters. So there's no really low dex Lance characters at all, and so I think the lowest is Roland at 5, or no, Scarlet at 4 or 5. I think she's got 5 dex now. I can't remember.
6, doesn't she? It goes 8, 6, 6, 4.
I think it's 8, 5, 5, 4. But I could be wrong, but, I think that the dexterity changes really helped out Lance players. But right now, we are going to be getting back in it. This is going to be Magma Bob versus Flesh Vortex. Flesh Vortex on Vrax, Magma Bob representing Orion players everywhere on the level 20 red. And here we go. We are back on Blackguard Keep. A lot of Blackguard Keep today. That's pretty interesting.
Especially for this matchup, because I don't usually see Blackguard Keep as one of the more favored maps for Lance play. Especially since it's so long and the Lance is such a side weapon that excels in side attacks. But we see here Flesh Vortex really taking advantage of the Lance neutral air.
Yeah, Lance neutral air is definitely one of the strongest tools on the weapon. Not a lot of people really know how to deal with it, but Magma Bob being a longtime Lance player, I'm pretty sure that he's not going to be falling for a lot of the typical Lance traps.
Oh, yeah, it looks like Flesh Vortex is going to be...
Flex gets a huge signature!
Holy moly!
Knockout in orange!
With this patch, Vrax's force on that down signature, that little turnaround grab and throw...
absolutely huge. And
oh, yeah.
Flex Vortex found just the right moment to use that signature, and Magma Bob paid the price.
It's going to be a huge advantage for Flesh Vortex in this matchup right now. Let's see if he can continue some of this momentum. And
Flex Vortex doing some good map control right then. Trying to keep all the items away from Magma Bob. Knows just how much how much damage he can do with those items. Flex just denying weapons left and right. And You know, it's been really good, and if he, you know, a lot of this, like, even though it didn't directly result in any damage, it can be really frustrating to play against somebody who just denies you all the pickups.
Fortunately, unarmed is pretty decent to use this patch.
Oh, Magma Bob with double item tosses. It's not going to be enough, however. Magma Bob still needs to get another hit as Flesh Vortex does manage to recover.
Flex Vortex?
Flesh Vortex.
But here we go. Looks like, oh, Magma Bob is going to miss his throw. And, oh, but he is going to follow up with that down signature. Unfortunately, he is in red health. That might spell some trouble for Magma Bob if he can't build up a good amount of damage onto Flesh right here.
Oh, he lands another, making it 2-1. That's 2 knockouts off of that down signature, and it's really crazy to see because every other Vrax player that I've played against since this patch are all super reliant on guns, but Flesh Vortex is just coming out and saying, you know what, I don't even need guns. I've got a lance and it's awesome.
Oh, he tries to go for it again. That would have, you know, Magma Bob being in orange right then, that could have killed him, I think. It's entirely possible considering what we've seen already in this game.
It completely is. Flesh Vortex knows that he's just searching for those signatures left and right. Knows he just needs to be patient and can find a good opportunity for it. He's going to get a knockout off of one.
Looks like Magma Bob is having a lot of trouble playing against Flesh's lance play, though. It's, he is going to be able to catch him without a weapon for a second, and he's going to be giving him guns, but let's see if he can play off of this. I haven't seen Flesh use guns this whole match, so he might not be fully warmed up on them yet.
You know, Flesh Vortex previously playing Lucian before switching over to Vrax this patch, so it's one of those things where it seems he's not going to have a problem as Flesh lands the anti-air signature, sending Magma Bob to his doom, taking a 2-0 in game number 1.
And there we go, and they are going to be starting this second round of the map striking. Flesh is going to ban out a map real quick, and Magma Bob is going to make that pick. And I expect to see them both come out with the same characters.
Yeah, we'll see if we have any switches. You know, Magma Bob has been kind of experimenting with a lot of the cast. You know, he's been exploring as well, and I know Flesh Vortex has been doing whatever he can to try and improve towards the end. So it's going to be interesting to see.
Oh yeah, but it looks like they are going to be coming up on Mammoth Fortress right now. Let's see if any character switches come in. I don't expect it, but you never know. Magma Bob might have something to try to fight off of Flex Vortex's lance play, and it looks like he's going to be giving Bodvar a shot.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a bad option. The sword is pretty good at underspacing a lot of Rax's shenanigans, so we'll see if that helps out. But here we go. We are back into game number 2.
And also has some speed that might be able to get in and interrupt some hits before Flesh Vortex can land anything. So
yeah, I think
that, as well as the hammer, has a good range.
I think Bodvar is a very solid pick. You know, you can almost never go wrong playing the box art character. And you know, Magma Bob has been putting in a bunch of games on Bodvar as kind of a secondary pick. So we'll see if this works out in his favor or not, and if he's able to find what he needs to take game number 2.
Oh, you can see right now that this momentum is very different in this game. Magma Bob is setting the stage for this right now.
Oh, the signature off of the off of the ledge, the soft ledge. Magma Bob capitalizing off of it.
Looks like he is very comfortable on this sword right now. He is able to just get right into Flesh Vortex and get a lot of damage done real quickly with that beautiful side signature finish.
And Flesh being really patient with the mines right now. Gets
Looking
his
for
own weapon. Here's the lance again. We'll see if Magma Bob can deal with this any better now that he's on Bodvar.
You can tell he sees Flesh with that lance now. He's playing just a tad more carefully. He knows he can't just go in.
Man, but double signatures from Flesh, just covering both sides. Magma Bob pays the price.
But Magma Bob is going to be taking the hammer right now. I believe hammer can just outrange a lance if the attacks are timed just right. So let's see if you can take advantage of it, if you can get another hammer out.
Well, it's one of the things. Flesh is playing very, very cautiously with the lance. He's staying grounded. The only time he's in the air, he's tossing out neutrals, you know, because side airs and down airs are incredibly punishable as Magma Bob gets a great conversion off of a single hit onto Flesh Vortex. And here we go. Flesh is coming back. I'm just going to start calling him FV or something. We'll just call him Vortex. That'll work.
Then you're going to start getting me to think about burgers, because this burger place here called the Vortex.
The Vortex burger?
Yeah, it's really
Magma
good.
Bob really good at the edge guards,
burgers.
but Vortex managed to get back.
I could talk about one of their crazy burgers if you want.
Please don't. I have not had lunch yet. So.
You might not want to eat this burger though.
I'm actually after this matchup, I'm probably gonna go. I'm probably gonna go find some food.
I don't know. I could talk about this burger and you probably feel sick just hearing
I
it.
will destroy you, Frone. Do you want to 1v1 me, bro? Is that what you want to do?
No, I'll get destroyed. I will literally get destroyed.
All right, so we are still in it. It is 2-2. Vortex does get hit by a downlight sword combo as Magma Bob's able to confirm into a knockout.
Oh, yeah, looks like he's going to be going for the map clear, but a weapon pickup is going to be spawning right by Flesh Vortex, and he's going to be picking that lance back up. Hopefully Magma Bob can figure out a way to do what he did just the same way again.
Oh, getting hit out of the signature. Magma Bob playing a lot more cautiously, knowing he's got to be careful. He wants to get some damage. Nice ground pound. Oh, and he gets the combo. Is this going to be it for Vortex? He does manage to make it back. Scooped up around the corner. Magma Bob dies once again to his least favorite signature of this match, I'd have to say. He's got to be hating that down lance right about now.
I mean, it might be the only thing that's killed him up to this point. But here we go. Looks like he is going to be going with the hammer right now, looking for anything heavy. Brax only has 4 defense, so anything strong can possibly finish him off at this damage threshold right now.
Magma Bob can get in for one more downlight combo. He might be able to get a knockout off of that, depending on Vortex's location. But we'll see. Flesh Vortex being very calm right now, just trying to keep Magma Bob out.
Oh yeah, and he's building up quite a bit of damage. He's already got Magma Bob.
Oh, the slide kick punish.
Oh, now we're going to see both players in the red. Drax has some very powerful signatures, so if he can land any of his signatures, then this match at this point can go either way. Magma Bob did have the advantage, but Flesh Vortex really brought it back.
Immediate item toss from Vortex, and the position's been reset. This is really tense.
That platform really causing trouble for Magma Bob. He was trying to get that weapon toss in. Oh, just missed the scoop.
Lots of risk from both players right now. Magma Bob trying to find a finish, but doesn't get the hits that he needs. Nice sidelight, unarmed. Can he get the Gimp? Somebody needs a hit here.
It's very tense.
Oh, there we go. Magma Bob off the edge, gets the sword air down light to knock out Flesh, and we're going to go on to our third in a row, game number 3.
Yeah, I can't believe we've seen so many 3-match games. This is not something I'm quite used to.
It's just the amount of competition this patch and just the level of skill that everybody's been exhibiting. There's no such thing as an incredibly dominant player anymore. I think in the top 50 there are just so many close matches. All of the matches that I've been playing on ranked recently, they all go down to the last stock. Every single one. You know, there's no more 2-0s, 3-0s skill gaps. Everybody has gotten so good at this, and
well, much less of them, because I mean they're still going to happen, but
you know, occasionally if you get a lucky first stock, you catch somebody off by surprise, it can happen. But you know, these days, it just seems like people are playing so much more, I don't want to say patiently, but they're thinking so much harder about the way that the game works and the scenarios they're putting themselves in. And Magma Bob and Flesh Vortex are showing what's up.
Yeah, funny thing is we're seeing a lot more King's Pass as well. I think a lot of the changes are well liked by a lot of the players right now, and it looks like Flesh Vortex is really going to be trying to play this footsie game, getting away from Magma Bob right now, because Magma Bob's just making it difficult for him to do anything. But he is going to get to the weapon pickup and get that lance.
You can see, I think a big part of the reason why Magma Bob switched over to Vore was because of the sword. He's just being able to angle himself over a lot of Flesh's aggression, so that he can go in for those air down lights while Flesh is grounded. So, I mean, it's a really interesting strategy. Magma Bob seems to do pretty well with it. Right now, both players are pretty even.
Not to mention, a lot of the sword attacks come out very quickly and allow and would allow Magma to just get in and get a lot of those hit interrupts when Flesh has a Lance. A lot of the Lance hits don't really come out immediately.
Ooh, nice combo off a wall bounce from Magma Bob to get the first stock. It's now 3-2.
All right, he is in deep red though, so Flesh Vortex can turn this around instantly and even this game back up if you can just get a couple good hits in.
And Magma Bob trying to find some attacks, but the response from the guns as he accidentally tries to walk through the signature. Flesh Vortex gets the knockout, making it 2-2.
Looks like Flesh is going to get back on that Lance, and Magma Bob's going to try to get some attacks in with the hammer right there. A lot of those attacks are very strong, so they could do very well against fighting a low defense character like Vrax, but he is going to switch back to the sword, something I guess he's just a bit more comfortable on.
Yep, things are looking pretty close right now, but I think... Oh, Flesh Vortex landing the neutral signature. That's so much damage right now, and Magma Bob is feeling the pain.
He's making it very hard for Magma Bob to get in and get damage in anywhere on Flesh Vortex.
Oh,
and that,
nice recovery from
Flesh
Vortex.
on the recovery.
Man, that really sets apart the people who are comfortable on Lance. When they can use the recovery effective like that, it is so difficult to predict.
Oh, it looks like he's going to land that neutral air. Whenever a player can manage to use that Lance neutral air on the ground, it covers just a huge amount of area, and it makes it nearly impossible for players to get in on them.
Flesh Vortex right now just playing a very patient game, knowing that he's got the advantage. Magma Bob having a very difficult time hitting around corners, but there we go. He gets a nice combo. Can he finish this out? Hits the recovery afterwards, looking for the neutral. Flesh does manage to get away. Magma Bob not able to finish it out.
Magma Bob really needs the kill right now. He's not going to want to go into Flesh Vortex's last stock in red health, but he might not have a choice.
He's going for the item tosses because he's really just not sure how to get in against the side air walls. Flesh getting knocked up off of the ground. Magma Bob with the spike manages to punish the air neutral, making it 1-1, but at red health, I'm not sure if he can turn this around.
He has a chance, of course. Everyone always has a chance, but he's going to have to play very... I don't know how to say this. He's going to need to control the map better than anyone's ever seen. Otherwise, this is going to be it for him.
Magma Bob getting some good damage. Exactly what he needs. Flesh is an orange, just missing this charge.
Oh no, that was almost the finisher on Magma Bob right there. That down signature, that little spacing signature right there from Vrax.
Really good use of that from Vortex. But Magma Bob isn't giving up yet.
Oh.
It's so difficult to approach Vrax in this situation. Magma Bob being very cautious, tossing out some of his own signatures, eats the side air. Flesh opting to get back onto the platform, gets punished for his troubles. Magma Bob with perfect timing on that.
Oh, anything less than he would have been done already. And you can tell the caliber of these two players right now. Really understanding the stakes of the match that they're in right now.
Oh, but he gets hit by the last shot as Flesh Vortex manages to close it out against Magma Bob. The GGs come out and Flesh Vortex will be moving on.
Wow, that last hit from the recovery right there just pulled through for Flesh Vortex. That was very close. A hugely close match.
Yep, and I mean, those are the types of things that can happen. The recovery is just so brutal. That last hit, very unexpected, also having a little bit more reach than the earlier hits, and Magma Bob just didn't have anywhere to go at that point. And Flesh Vortex is going to be moving on. He's got to be feeling really good right now after taking down Magma Bob.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think anyone would at this point. Magma Bob, one of the top players right there. He's very well known to the community, and being able to take him down, I guess that's a testament to a lot of Flesh Vortex's practicing that he's been doing lately. He's been really training hard, and it looks like it's been paying off.
Absolutely. All right, well, let's take a look at the brackets. Looks like we've got a little bit of updates coming on in. Looks like Moose took it over Gerard Joling. We know that Flesh Vortex moved up against Magma Bob. Looks like our losers bracket battles are progressing nicely as well. And
Pots and Pans taking down Blazer Nate, Fabby taking down Dark Brawler, Die Mode coming out on top against Young Padawang, Stevenator taking down Multiger, and Slickshot and Doughboy fighting it out. And right now, I guess, both winning their games, Doughboy taking out Picklesore.
indeed, so it looks like losers bracket is moving along slowly. I'm gonna be trying to get another match set up, and then I'm probably gonna go on a break to go find some food while that match happens. Then we can swap. You know, I'll take this one. You can do the next one or something. I don't know.
I was gonna say, whatever you get, grab me some because I'll take some as well.
Indeed.
All right, but it looks like we are going to be finding this match here in just a moment. A lot of matches I know are already underway, so perhaps we can find one of the losers. I don't know if we're going to be casting any of the losers bracket. I don't know if that was something we were going to be doing.
Well, I'm sure we'll find out. This is the first ESL that I've casted with losers brackets involved, so it's gonna be interesting to see how that works out. Still kind of getting used to the format for double elimination, because if you're doing top 8 casting, it's like you do winners semis, then you do losers top 8, and then you do losers top 4, and then you do winners finals, and then you do losers semifinals, losers finals, and then grand finals.
Actually, we might have to. It looks like the winners bracket might be going into the top 8 in this next section, so we might have to be either cast some losers bracket games and then take a break right before the top 8 starts, which would be, I guess, after the 8B brackets.
I think you're talking about the. Are you talking about the quarterfinals?
The quarterfinals just finished, didn't they?
Okay, so we're going to be doing semifinals we can do, and then after the semifinals matches, we're probably going to have to, we're going to be trying to cast some of the losers bracket top 8.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just waiting on our tournament organizer to let us know who is next and how we're going to be going about doing this.
Perhaps we can find, we can get whatever match Moose is playing in, because we just witnessed Flush Vortex play, so we could probably switch things up and move along to the other side of the bracket with Moose and possibly Scroy or Volcor coming in just a moment. I know they're probably finishing up their game right now.
We will see what happens. We do have a room number available. Remember, guys, if you are competing, do make sure that you are in the BH ESL community chat, as that is incredibly crucial for the moving on of this games.
Oh, excuse me. You got me thinking about food all of a sudden. Maybe I should just talk about that one burger that I was talking about earlier, because, well, I mean, you're gonna go get food in just a second anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, if you want, you can go now while we get this sorted out, and then we can swap. Because until we get a game started, I can't leave. So.
No, I'll wait for that. I'll wait for us to get this next game under our belt until that happens. All right, let's see though who came out on top in the Scroy versus Volcor match. Oh, did Volcor and Scroy not play yet? They may have been watching some of the matches go off.
That is possible. It looks like Stardust just reported his match. It looks like he took it over Z-Zombie, which is going to be sending Z-Zombie down to the losers bracket. And then whoever wins in the Scroy versus Volcor match will be moving on to the rest of it.
All right.
It looks like Scroy is going to be playing against Volcor right now, so we could catch that.
We could cast that game. If they're just starting, it'd be an entertaining game to watch between these two players.
All right, well, let's go ahead and we can hop in that room, and I will let you cast that while I go track down some food.
Sounds good to me. Just grab me a bowl, and I'll be good, too.
Oh, if only that's how it actually works.
Well, that's how emails work,
in
right?
The real lives.
You email it over the internet, and then it just...
You know, I'm just going to 3D print you this burger. You know, just send me your holographing station key, and I'll get that right over to you.
Holo station. I need a burger with cheese and and all your finest lettuce.
All right, can you hop into this room?
I'm
inside already. I'm gonna switch it over to the end game so you don't have to worry about chat and everything.
I think. Wait, no. It is a private lobby, so I might need the code.
It is 7170.
And there we go.
All right.
Oh, wait, almost. There we go. Alrighty.
All right, sounds excellent. Frone, I'm going to leave this in your very capable hands.
Sort of capable. I'm just kidding. All right, so go grab your food, and we'll be hopefully going strong by the time you get back.
All right, sounds good. Thanks for holding it down. Guys, I hope you enjoy this matchup between Scroy and Volcor.
All right, here we go. Looks like they are going to be starting the striking in just a moment. Scroy preemptively picking out his Orion. And something I think a few people might have been expecting from Scroy. And he's been an Orion player quite a bit in the past and really pulled it out in the past few tournaments as well. So let's see how he takes advantage of Orion in this current patch, because it has been a while since I have actually seen him play. It was the Tier Monster tournament was the last time, and that was a completely different patch. But Volcor is going to be pulling out Nash again, something we saw in his last matchup versus Stevenator. And let's see how this goes. All right, both players starting off looking for some entry unarmed hits. Scroy is going to be picking up that lance, though, from the horn, calling it in, and Volcor is going to be finding a spear on the side. Let's see who utilizes what moves right here, and it looks like Scroy is going to be favoring that neutral air from the lance, but is going to be tossing it away and picking up a spear instead. All right, so now we have a spear versus spear matchup right now. A lot of side airs coming out, and Volcor using a little bit of signatures in the mix to try to catch Scroy off guard, it looks like, but a huge side signature is going to nearly take Scroy out right there. That side signature has a huge amount of force and was just changed a little bit so that it comes out a little bit sooner, which is a bit of a buff for all the Nash mains, because I know a lot of people were worried that that move didn't come out soon enough, since it has that little jump there. However, he is going to be, it looks like Volcor is going to be missing his spear throw as Scroy tries to play a little bit carefully, but oh, that side air from the hammer just not quite doing the job in taking down Scroy, and Scroy having a very hard time getting in, it seems. He's already in deep red. Nash has a huge amount of attack and I believe 7 strength, and any of these hits at this point could take him out. Scroy trying to build anything up with any attacks, playing very slow. All right. Both players playing very cautiously at this point. Volcor almost expecting him to come in at some angle, and he is, but Scroy is going to be punished right there after being knocked off the map, and that side signature from the spear is going to just throw Scroy off the map and put this map into advantage for Volcor right now. All right, and it looks like Volcor is going to be clearing some of the weapons off the map to try to control the flow of this battle. Scroy is going to miss pickup of the weapon for a second, but he's going to recover it and grab a spear. Let's see if he can finish off Volcor, who is now in deep red himself. It could possibly turn back around and get this game evened up and for Scroy right now, although a lot of these attacks are just not connecting, it seems. All right. It looks like Volcor is going to try to follow it up, but he's not going to be able to, almost being finished off by the recovery there from Scroy, and both players having a hard time finishing each other off. Both playing a very spaced, careful game against each other. Oh, and Scroy just misses a side signature with that lance. That would have surely been the end of it for Volcor right now, but it is instead going to be the down signature on the lance. That laser blast attack just coming right out and it has huge force on it, so the finishing off Volcor right then with that was not terribly difficult, I suppose. But anyway, here we go. Vore is getting his damage built up very quickly. Nash isn't known for a high amount of defense. I believe he has 5 defense, and now I feel like some things are just picking up a little bit. I might be wrong. However, it looks like Scroy is going to be able to find a spear right here. Hopefully he can search for exactly what he needs against Vore right now and finish him off in red to get this even up. But Vore, I know, is going to be doing everything he can to, getting a lot of interrupts with that hammer. Ooh, he is going to swing the wrong way, it seems, though, and Scroy is going to just punish that immediately to Vore's demise, and now it's going to be evened up right now. Scroy bringing this back. Both players with 1 life in yellow health right now. This can be a very close game. Looks like Scroy is playing incredibly aggressive right now as well. Something he wasn't doing earlier. Maybe he was just trying to read out some of Vore's moves, some of his play style to get a better feel about how he plays. But he's getting in just a bit faster and getting a lot of quicker attacks off. It looks like Vore doesn't really know how to respond to this change in play style, and his damage is going to be the damages are going to be turned around in favor of Scroy right now. Although it is still very close, it can be anyone's game. The high strength from Nash and the high movement speed could be able to catch Scroy off guard, especially with the high damaging attacks of the hammer. Looks like Scroy is going to be caught out without a weapon. Can Vore take advantage of this? Looks like he will be chasing him all around the map, looking for one of those side airs. It might not be enough to finish Scroy off, however, but any hit for Vore at this point could be good, especially considering the fact that he is in red health. Ooh, but the side signature from Scroy is going to finish that first game off, turning the game around and going in favor of Scroy. And Scroy is going to be taking round 1, and we will see the second round coming up in just a moment. Scroy will be banning 1 map out so that Vore can pick up the second map and hopefully even this matchup in just a moment. Scroy admitting to probably needing like a hand warmer or warm up before the match started. You can kind of tell during that match, near the end of the match, Scroy really came into his own and found his stride. A lot of his more aggressive play was able to finish off Vore after he got into his rhythm. But they are going to be coming out into the second match right now. I believe they are going to be playing on Black. Oh, King's Pass. I thought it said Blackguard Keep. That might have been the ban. Vore is going to be switching up from Nash to Hattori. Let's see if this will help Vore out. I know this is more of Vore's main, someone he is more used to playing possibly than Nash, but perhaps it won't matter. Scroy is one of the higher tier characters, and he has been for a long time in Brawlhalla. Perhaps, however, we'll see how this match goes. It looks like Scroy is going to be finding his lance early on, and Vore really finding Hattori's, trying to find Hattori's attacks on the spear, but to no avail. Scroy is going to be taking that first stock and taking relatively little damage. Switching over to Hattori may not have been a great choice for Vore right here, as Hattori with just 4 defense, I cannot imagine can handle some of the stronger lance moves with starting to stumble over some of my words. But anyway, here we go. Both players are going to be finding not lances, spears now. I don't believe Hattori has a lance. That'd be unusual. Oh, but it looks like Volcore is going to be landing that neutral signature from the sword, missing the second one. Almost getting the interrupt in, but Scroy is going to catch him with that down signature from Orion's spear, where he just spins and manages to catch people with that down sig. Very similar to Ada's down spear, except it does not move and doesn't have an initial one hit. It does a damage build-up stun kind of deal instead. Anyway, it looks like Volcore is going to be put in a very dangerous position with 1 life left. However, Scroy is in deep red right now. If Volcore can find a kill right now, he is only in light yellow health, only taking a couple hits, so he could be in a good position to turn this game around, even a stock down. All right, there we go. That is the neutral signature coming out from Volcore, managing to take it out without take Scroy out without taking very much damage at all. Ooh, but he is going to take a bomb to the face, unfortunately. That could be something big, but it doesn't look like it is going to make too much of a difference. Both players in the yellow right now. Volcore is going to need a lot more damage buildup in order to turn this around. He needs this win in order to send this into Game 3. Otherwise, he will be dropped into the loser's bracket. The Scroy will go on to the next round to face off against Moose in the semifinals. Here we go. Looks like Volcore is going to pick up a spear. Scroy is going to be caught out without a weapon. He's going to attempt to make a connect with the Crocky, but is going to be unable to. Oh, Scroy almost finishing off Volcore with that side signature and almost hitting the mind toss, but he is going to be finishing him off with the down signature. That is Scroy going to be taking the game 3-1 in this 2-0 matchup. All right, and that is going to be a much quicker game than a lot of the more previous games that we have just witnessed.
All right, I'm back.
And Raiden is back, just in time to see that Scroy has taken down the second game and the whole matchup against Volcore. That is going to be Volcore going down into the losers brackets to face off against somebody.
So I missed the entire match?
You did. This is the first one. I think this is the first match that wasn't a three-game match.
Well, it's not entirely unexpected from Scroy, largely considered one of the best Brawlhalla players. Kicking around, doing stuff, and we're going to be seeing about how we're going to handle the semifinals. And if we do this correctly, we'll be having fairly non-stop action from here on out. Scroyan's going to be moving up. He will be in the semifinals against Moose. And another semifinals matchup, we're going to have Stardust versus Flesh Vortex. I've heard directly from Flesh that he has quite a bit of difficulty against the Stardust. I think he was knocked out by him in the last tournament. And it looks like our losers bracket matches are moving along nicely as well.
All right, well then this should lead up to a very possibly quick conclusion to this ESL tournament. A lot of very intense play coming out from a lot of players, and it seems like so far from what I've seen, the Lance is given a lot of other players trouble, with Magma Bob being taken out by Lance, and now Scroy imposing his Lance play onto Volcore as well.
All right, I'm going to be creating us a new room for the semis.
Alrighty.
We'll be starting off with winners semis, and then we will be moving on from there.
All right, sounds good to me. And I might follow in suit with what you just did and go see if I can find a little snack. Something to put in my stomach until the end of this tournament right now, if that is fine with you.
Yep, that is perfectly okay. I will hold down the fort.
All right, sounds good. And I will return momentarily as the even more capable hands of Raiden will take you through the JV4 Moose versus JV4 Stardust match coming up in the semifinals right now.
All right, so we are going to be getting either one of these contestants in here shortly. Whichever pairing gets in here first, we will go ahead and begin casting immediately so that we can get through these semifinals and move on to our losers finals as well. So this is where things start to get pretty intense, guys. We are going to be doing these concurrently. I think that's the correct word. And so we're going to be starting off with one of these matches. We'll get to see both semifinals matches, some of the losers matches, the winners finals, and of course everybody's favorite, the grand finals here at the ESL Brawlhalla Community Cup number 5. I hope everybody's been having a good time so far. This has been a pretty interesting tournament to watch. We've had a lot of really close matches right now, with almost all of them, with the exception of the last, going to a final round in best of 3s. So we're going to see how this continues to happen as I take a quick energy shot. Got to keep my caffeination levels up high, just because that's how I tend to roll, the high caffeination levels. All right, let's take a quick look at the brackets once more. I believe players are reporting matches, and we are just waiting on the semifinals pairings to come on in. Scroy, as we know, is going to be fighting against Moose, Flesh Vortex versus the Stardust, and it looks like down in losers finals, Pots and Pants is going to be squaring off against Gerard Joling, or losers bracket rather. Waiting against some results, it looks like Fabi for the win is going to be facing off versus an unknown contestant right now. Still waiting for those matches to be reported. Looks like Magma Bob as well is waiting for the reports to be coming through. And Z-Zombie took it against Doughboy. So things are going to be pretty good. And it looks like Scroyan is here. We are going to be starting off with Scroyan versus Moose. Scroyan banning Stadium, not wanting to deal with that shenanigan area. And it looks like we are going to be getting underway here shortly for the first semifinals match. All right, just updating the players just a little bit on how things are going to go, but here we are getting into the first of the winners semifinals match. We are going to be watching Moose on Bodvar, his longtime favorite character, and Scroyan playing Ryan, another longtime favorite of this contender. And here we go, Scroyan exhibiting some map control, trying to keep Moose off of the weapons. Moose with a nice neutral is able to create enough space to call in a Valkyrie and get his own sword as this match begins. Scroyan able to get a Lance neutral, but everybody playing pretty cautiously so far. 3 Lance neutrals in a row coming out from Scroyan, getting that good damage and a signature to punish the forward roll from Moose, and a recovery. Scroyan being really aggressive right now. Is Moose going to be able to get back down to the stage? He gets away with some interesting dive kicks, reads the dodge perfectly, goes in and gets hit by the signature from Scroyan. An incredibly tense first stock. Less than a minute as Scroyan gets the first knockout, making it 3-2. Moose picking up a sword, getting hit by the Lance neutral once again. Scroyan with a nice combo, just using those neutrals with an incredible amount of prediction, but Moose gets the scoop off the Bodvar neutral signature. And it is now 2-2, but Moose with a pretty big deficit right now is going to have to put down some good damage in order to come back from this. Moose is well known for his reliance on Bodvar signatures, but Scroyan does not seem to be deterred by that at all. Gets a nice side air into neutral combo. Moose searching for the signature, gets punished for it though, and Scroyan patiently knocks out Moose with the Lance recovery. The ultimate punish right there for a ground pound, and Moose just walked into that one. Again, you know, I think it's just one of those scenarios where a lot of players underestimate the ability of high-tier Lance players to bust out those recoveries. Moose now has quite a lot to come back from. And Scroyan, once again, both players searching for signatures. Moose lands one and gets the knockout. That bear claw is devastating, and Scroyan dodged right into it. Very, very indicative of Moose's playstyle with Bodvar. And Scroy as well, able to find a lot of those Lance side signatures. Not a lot of players seem to land them, but Scroy knows just the right opportunities, getting them left and right, and Moose in some trouble right now, gets punished for the Bear Claw toss out. Scroy right now, not afraid to play into Moose. Moose knows that if he can land one, gets hit out of the signature with a neutral. Don't see that very often. Moose right now just trying to put down some damage. Scroy playing patiently, does get a side air to punish the signature once again. Moose knows that if he can land a couple more of those bear claws, they are going to put down a lot of damage, but Scroy right now playing patiently, holding up the high ground on the right side. It's a very common tactic from Scroy to try and force players to come to him. And Moose is just not giving him any space. Scroy comes around underneath with the recovery. Now on the opposite side of the stage, Scroy once again hugging the corners, as is a favorite tactic of his. Moose not quite sure how to deal with it, goes for a signature but misses it entirely. Moose gets punished again for his bear claw. Scroy just is not falling for the trap. It is 1-1. Any good signature could finish this out. Scroy with double weapon tosses, and Moose now on the high ground. Scroy avoiding his own bomb, pretty dangerous. Moose tries to force the follow-up. Now both players doing a little bit of the airborne shuffle. Moose flies forward trying to find the neutral air, but Scroy neatly dodges it. And now the match comes to a slow and nice pace as both players are unwilling to commit around the edge, but Moose gets the down air. Scroy thrown off guard by that, wasn't expecting that type of response, and Scroy now on the back foot, but he gets a ground pound completely unexpected out of nowhere as Moose bites the dust. And Scroy takes game number 1 with an unexpected, immediate ground pound. And Moose has got to be feeling the pain from that. I know I wasn't expecting it, so here we go. We are on to game number 2, Scroy taking it. Taking the first match against Moose, as we are going to see both players on the same characters. And welcome back, Frond.
Hello, I am back. I made a nice little turkey and Munster sandwich.
Oh, I hate you. I hate you so hard right now.
Hey, I thought you just got something to eat.
Kind of, yeah. I was out of bread, so I just had the innards and not the bread part. But anyway, we're back at it. We're at King's Pass. Scroy back on Orion, Moose back on Bodvar. Scroy just taking out the last match in a clutch move, so pretty close so far. We'll see if Moose is able to get his own victory here in game 2.
All right, ooh, that down signature from Bodvar right there, just beating out the hitboxes for Scroy's side air on the Lance. Very interesting.
Yeah, Scroy right now just expertly using those neutrals. You know, the neutral on the Lance. Oh, but it doesn't matter, Moose!
Holy moly.
With what he loves to do, combining the momentum from the forward sword ground into his signature. That's just something that Moose loves to do, and it can completely catch you off guard. Just like what happened to Scroy.
All right, here we go. Looks like Moose is going to be going to have his damage built up pretty high, so a lot of these hits are very close to just taking him out. But fortunately for Moose, he is not going to be out of the count just yet for this stock. If he can land a few more moves just to get him into at least maybe orange, I think he could put himself in a very good position to move into this next stock.
It's looking pretty good. Scroy trying to finish him off with a weapon toss and a ground pound. Not quite there, though. Moose with the nice down air. Putting down damage slowly onto Scroy, but, you know, it doesn't really matter. This is exactly what you want to do when you have the stock advantage. Moose getting pinballed around the middle right there.
Any damage and all damage at this point for Moose is probably is likely favorable, because no matter what, you just want to build damage up. You're almost dead at this point. It doesn't matter as long as you can set yourself up for a good position. If you can continue on and take another stock, that's even better. But it's not usually expected that...
Ooh, nice bomb angle from Scroy. The mine finishing off Moose, and it's now 2-2.
Those planted mines are brutal. They have huge upward force and can just finish people off in unexpected amounts, but Moose was in deep red at that point. It was a very perfectly timed throw by Scroy to take out Moose.
And right now Moose is having a little bit of difficulty getting in on Scroy's Lance. It's something that's very difficult to approach Lance users, and Moose being patient there, getting a nice down air dive kick on it, Scroy.
Oh, and here we go. Looks like both are good.
Oh,
Look at the
the
edge.
bear
There's the
claw.
neutral. Oh, one of Moose's favorite moves. I want to say is that bear slap right there, and it just wailed Scroy out of the map. Let's see if he can finish this up. They are both in yellow health.
Oh, the bomb toss from
bomb
Scroy, and
face.
that's 2 bombs right now onto Moose. But, you know, Moose is just shrugging it off. He knows he's got the advantage. And Scroyan right now really needs to summon all of his inner strength if he's going to turn this around.
But Moose is putting a lot of pressure on him with the sword. Out of those faster attacks and good ranges on the sword or
Nice.
allow him to get up close, but this looks like Scroyan is going to let him.
Yeah, that is true. Scroyan gets the spike around the corner and the weapon throw follow-up. Moose just barely able to recover. You know, and in that situation, that's a really good example of what distinguishes a good player from a great one is, you know, a lot of people, they would have not been able to come back in that scenario. And Moose just recovering expertly.
All right, but can he keep building up his damage? He's having a
Oh,
lot
another
of
bomb
trouble.
toss off of a weapon interrupt. That had to have been completely unexpected as Scroyan makes it 1-1.
Oh yeah, he evens it up, but he is nearly in orange health, so let's see if he can. He's not quite at the point where he can just be taken out by some of the stronger moves of Bodvar, but he can be. He does have to be careful because he's just about there. Moose still has a little bit of room to be aggressive, and you can see that kind of coming out right
Moose
now.
tossing his weapon away. Scroyan now goes for the spike again. Moose trying to punish, but dodges right into the down signature from Scroyan. It's pretty much dead even at this point. Both characters in orange.
Oh man, Moose really tried to get one of those unarmed combos off, but wasn't able to. He's probably glad that he missed a few of his attacks though, because Scroy was using a lot of signature moves right there and could have caught him with any one of them. That would have certainly spelled defeat right there for Moose if that was the case. Oh, unfortunately, he doesn't get clipped by the hitbox of the throw because it rolled on the ground just for long enough to lose the hitbox.
Oh, but Scroyan side airs right into the uppercut. Moose trying to chase him down. Scroyan gets him with the weapon interrupt. Man, it's just a really tense match as Moose lands the neutral air, closing it out, making the set 1-1.
All right. And a very exciting match coming out of them. Scroy thought he had a dodge, but unfortunately he didn't there at the end. But here we go. It looks like Moose is going to be banning Mammoth Fortress, and Scroyan should be picking his map of choice in just a moment.
Man, once again, getting to the third match. It's or the third game rather. It's unprecedented.
Yeah.
It really is. All right, guys, we're back at it. Moose once again on Bodvar, Scroyan once again on Orion. Back at Twilight Grove, where Scroyan took the first victory with an unexpected ground pound. Let's see what happens again. You know, Scroyan showing that he can play incredibly scrappy.
Oh yeah, his aggressive play styles.
Moose not showing any
incredibly fun to watch because he just at one moment is playing very carefully, very slow, just reading out people's attacks and punishing their mistakes, and then all of a sudden he just turns around and turns into this incredibly aggressive player, and it's very entertaining to watch. But here we go, they're going into this in Twilight Pass, and looks like Scroy is going to be denying a lot of weapons to Moose right now, but he is going to be able to find a hammer right here.
And Scroyan there with the ground pound again, being very cautious. Moose, now that he's on a hammer, you can feel him itching for a bear claw. There's one, but Scroyan being cautious enough not to fall for it.
Ooh, but he's gonna get caught with the side signature from Scroyan, and that's gonna send him out of the map and get this match kick-started off in favor of Scroyan right here.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, he goes for the long-reaching signature, but Scroyan dodges through it. Scroyan just not falling into any of these signatures like Moose needs him to, but there he goes. He finds the right moment for it. Caster's Curse strikes again as Moose gets the knockout off the Bear's Claw.
I feel like I just can't talk about the match because as soon as you say something, it'll happen.
You know.
They aren't.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a weapon. Oh, he does now. Well, all right, shoot. Never mind.
I am actually the Brawlhalla algorithm.
the literal algorithm for Brawlhalla.
Yep.
I had no idea. Maybe that's why you hit rank 1 that one time.
Neither did I until recently. All right, well, Scroy playing safe around the edge on the right side was very reminiscent of the first match. Scroy just barely managing to hit that. It would have been brutal if he had gotten ground pounded there.
Just ducked right underneath Moose's air attack right there with that side signature. But both players dead even. 2 stocks each in orange-red health. Ooh, but Scroy is going to take a huge hammer hit, almost knocking him out. With the bounce, but fortunately that little bounce, that geometry bounce off the side round there, that little island, I believe is going to save him in that instance. Ooh.
Both players being really cautious, but Scroy gets hit by the side air. And, you know, that's one of the brutal things about the Lance is it doesn't really have a whole lot of priority, especially against Hammer. You can hit those neutrals, but getting a side air, it's going to get beat out by pretty much every other side air in the game.
Yeah, but here we go. It looks like Scroy is having trouble finding a weapon, as no weapons are really spawning, but a bunch of Crockies are. Let's see if he can find some kind of play with that. Fortunately, though, a weapon does spawn, and Scroy gets a spear off the drop.
Oh,
but
nice big signature from Moose right there. Finally finding that down hammer signature. Moose is...
He's just going to create a wall for Scroy right now. He's not going to let him get in.
Oh,
look at this.
Nice
He's getting his side quicks off. He had his signatures on point just now.
Oh, but Scroy finds the knockout. Moose not able to move out of the way. The spear just really good at juggling, and Scroy very good at making it happen.
Fortunately for Moose, though, he did leave Scroy in his last stock in a pretty difficult position for Scroy. That deep orange, a lot of Bodvar's attacks and a lot of force behind them. So finding that kill to end this matchup shouldn't be too hard if he can find at least one signature.
Yeah, but this is the scenario though where Scroy tends to go incredibly patient. It's gonna try to out-patience Moose and just force him into situations that are gonna help out Scroy's play. But so far, Moose hasn't gotten hit just yet. Oh, there's a side air. Is it gonna be enough? Scroy does not recover the recovery on the recovery.
That's the moment where he didn't want to hit the recovery right there. The recovery hitting it just stopped all his forward momentum and prevented him from recovering right there. That is brutal to watch.
That is absolutely brutal. You know, because you can't dodge until the recovery frames for a move are over, and something like that, especially visible on those Lance recoveries. And I wonder if Moose got hit on purpose.
It is entirely possible. Against Lance players trying to recover, that's one of the weaker points of the Lance, is when they're trying to recover from below the map, is that they have to use that angled recovery with very limited recover distance. And if they as you saw in this match right here, if someone gets in the way of it and interrupts that recovery move, then they can completely deny someone from actually being able to recover using that move. So if that was on purpose, that was a very, very good decision on Moose to just take down that last game and close it off.
Certainly was. And I mean, really, really close close match all around between Scroy and Moose, and it's really, really interesting to see.
Scroy asking Tiverus to make that just pass through people so people could recover. I wonder if that would be a good change, because it would take away the ability for people to do what Moose just did and deny the recovery. However, no other recovery really allows for that.
This is true, and I mean, it's just one of the interesting things about how the weapons do shine in different places and cases. It's one of those situations where the mistake wasn't about using the move. The mistake happened by getting in that position at all. You know, the Lance is just so difficult. Has such a hard time playing around the edge. You know, that in that scenario, it's if you have to use a recovery at all, you've already made a mistake to get in that situation. So, you know, I don't think he lost the round because of that, but just because Moose wasn't willing to fall for a lot of the out-patiencing tactics that Scroy tends to use. And, you know, Moose, as aggressive as he was that last match, you know, there was a lot of patience and a lot of reading going on in his part.
Mm-hmm. All right, that is going to do it for that. And Scroy is going to be sent down to the losers brackets, I believe. So let's see. Let's have an update on the current bracket situation now. It looks like Moose is going to be moving on to the winners bracket finals against whoever wins the Stardust versus Flesh Vortex match coming up in just a moment.
All right, trying to get an updated view at the brackets here for the ESL Community Cup number 5 as I turn on the extreme sportscaster voice.
Ba, ba, da, ba.
All right, everybody in the stands, please wave your hands as we move forward to sing the national anthem. Actually, that's what we need. We need the international anthem of Brawlhalla. Then
Yeah,
we
need to make that.
Then we can start, you know.
Put something together.
Since as you can see from the CSL bracket list, we have all sorts of countries represented here today. Yeah, there's a fair amount of U.S. flags, but, you know, we've also got some other countries represented, which is fantastic. I'm not going to try to guess at these European flags because I always get them wrong because, well, I suck in flags. But we are going to have the Stardust versus Flesh Vortex coming up here in a moment. Down in the losers bracket, we can see that Pots and Pans is going to be squaring off against Volcore. Z-Zombie is going to be playing against either Magma Bob or Stevenator. And we are going to start broadcasting the losers bracket matches when they get to round 4B. And the people from semifinals move on down. So guys, remember, if you have yet to report your scores, please make sure to do that on the ESL bracket website, and I'm going to go and pull up some keys. Why don't you tell us what's going to be happening in the Stardust versus Flesh Vortex match?
Well, two characters are going to be fighting against each other on a stage, probably using weapons of some sort, picking up some gadgets, and probably throwing at each other. But that's the gist of what's going to be happening. What's specifically going to be happening? Well, we have Stardust playing against Flesh Vortex coming up. They are going to be picking their characters in just a moment, but they are going to be doing stage striking here where each player will be banning out 2 maps each and leaving them with 1 match to get the to get this match underway. They are trying to figure out who is the higher seed here in this match, and I believe it is Stardust. All right. Just ignore my absolutely horrible typing right there in the Brawlhalla chat. As we figure out, as we get into the stage striking in just a moment, a lot of egg soup trolley spam going on right now in the chat, as we can see.
Hey, any opportunity to ban egg soup again, just, you know, it brings it brings joy to my face. It brings a smile to the my mouth that's hidden behind my beard. Oh man! All right, so we're gonna be watching Flesh Vortex fight up against the Stardust. I have heard in the past that Flesh finds difficulty against Stardust. I believe that Stardust knocked him out of yesterday's tournament.
And there goes Egg Soup taking the purge dive.
I don't even want to know what's happening.
I guess you don't even have to. It's just Egg Soup getting banned for being trolly again. Because why not?
It wouldn't be a Brawlhalla tournament if Egg Soup didn't get banned. I think this is something the entire community can agree on.
We'll throw that in the international Brawlhalla anthem.
May your egg soups rest in peace. That would be awesome. It'll be part of like the reprise chorus. You know.
Yeah.
It'll be pretty good.
So we'll have to throw a Crocky in there somewhere and
message deleted. Message deleted. All right, guys. Well, we are getting ready for the second matchup of the semifinals here for the Brawlhalla ESL Open Community Cup number 5.
Oh, we have a.
Are we getting?
We might need to get some people kicked out of the lobby. It looks like Blizzard Bomb and Dove 101 are jumping into the lobby. That something that shouldn't be happening right now. But anyways, it looks like we are going to be kicking them out. Stardust and Flesh Vortex both getting ready to play in this ESL match. Stardust picking Nash over his usual Nye pick. It might be something that he's switching to with the new patch with a lot of the higher, all the higher decks, or just the dex changes, making a lot of other characters feel really good.
And another one on Blackguard Keep today. So we're starting off Flesh Vortex playing Vrax and Stardust on Nash. And those dex changes, like you were saying, it's definitely changing people's characters of choice this time around.
All right, but this match starts off pretty heavily with both characters landing some form of attacks on each other. I guess, which is sort of expected, but Flesh is going to be picking up a lance right here, and Stardust is going to be grabbing a hammer, and we're going to see who can land some attacks first. Looks like Flesh Vortex is going to be landing just a few more attacks, and that ground pound is very
Lots
devastating.
of risk around the edge. Flesh Vortex just managing to get back. Man,
he fortunately had that had the recovery, the dodge recovery ready. He did end up hitting the recovery there at the end, but he was close enough to the wall that he could take advantage of the dodge to
manage to make it back. But there we go. He gets the signature. Flesh making an early lead for himself against the Stardust.
All right, but here we go. Looks like Stardust. Oh no!
That's just absolutely brutal. And that's something that is not uncommon to see on Blackguard Keep. Something where those soft platforms, you know, they can be incredibly deceiving. You think you've got your jumps reset, but you actually just pass straight through it, and this is looking really bad for Stardust.
Not just that, but the uneven corner. Maybe he was experiencing some form of lag, and they, because it looked like he just suicided there at the end. Maybe he was experiencing some sort of lag there, and was just willing to throw the game to move on to the next round, hopefully hoping for some form of better connection.
Could be. I mean, Stardust is playing from EU, so this it is a possibility, but maybe he just, you know, maybe he was just like, it's all right, I'll, you know, got a big early lead disadvantage, we'll just move on to the next one, reset. So, Flesh Vortex taking game number 1 against the Stardust. This time they're going to be playing somewhere else. It looks like we are on King's Pass. Same characters for both players, the Stardust versus Flesh Vortex. Semifinals, game 2.
All right, and here we go. Looks like Stardust is going to be finding a spear to start this off. Flesh looking for the bomb hit, but it is not going to connect. Flesh Vortex picks up the lance there from that weapon drop, and as we've seen in the past, he really favors that in a lot of matchups. However, it looks like Stardust is going to be making a good use out of that spear. As a previous Nye player, he is quite used to it.
That he is, but Flesh is just being really patient, gets the down signature around the corner once again. And it's so interesting watching Flesh adopt this grounded style of play with the lance. And it looks like not a lot of people have figured out how to counter it.
Ooh, Flesh really looking for that down signature. He knows that that Stardust is in that deep orange zone that can be fatal with that new if he can catch someone with that down signature now with the lance. The increased force in this last patch really bringing out as a good move, and
there it is.
It is.
Searches for it until Stardust walks into it. Flesh getting the early advantage. It just looks like Stardust isn't quite sure how to deal with it. You know, approaching a lance is a very difficult proposition, and if Stardust isn't willing to get in there and find the angles he needs to deal with it, Flesh Vortex seems like he's just going to out-patience him for the rest of this match.
And, Flesh having a real good time on the lance right now, landing a huge majority of his moves right now.
And there we go, another down signature, scooping him out of the air. Flesh Vortex is looking unstoppable today.
Yeah, he is just really feeling the lance right now, it seems. That down signature is just terrifying to a lot of these players today, it seems, with a lot of that new force that it has. but he is gonna. It looks like he is gonna be switching up to guns, maybe. Oh,
Flesh getting a good bomb hit around the side there. Picks him up a pair of guns. This might be Stardust's opportunity to get in, but, you know, getting in against Brax on guns is not much of an easier proposition for people. Stardust getting a nice ground pound, however, this might be enough to finish it. Flesh just barely dodging through at the last moment. It's gotta be...
And it looks like Stardust doesn't have a weapon right now. He's gonna have to finish him off with a throwable, but he is right there at the last second gonna be finding a hammer to pick up. So perhaps he can figure out some way to land a hit into trying to pull this game back.
All right, there's the side air getting the knockout for Stardust, making it 2-1, but he's got a huge deficit to make up for if he's going to actually turn this into a victory, and Flesh picks himself up a lance. Where it seems that he's most dangerous, he gets another down signature.
That down signature just proving to be an incredibly brutal move right there. Just able to pull people out and toss them as far as you need them to go.
Man, absolutely dominating performance from Flesh Vortex to knock Stardust down to losers. And that is going to be it for the best of 3 for semifinals.
It's going to put Flesh Vortex against Scroy, I believe, in the winner's bracket finals. That will be coming up a little later.
All right, well, let's take...
against Moose, not Scroyan. That is a correction.
Let's take a look at our brackets. We're going to be seeing how we're going to be covering the rest of this. It is going to be Moose versus Flesh Vortex in the winner's bracket finals. And down in loser's bracket, it looks like we are slowly approaching round number 4B. We're going to be having Scroyan versus the winner of Magma Bob versus Z-Zombie. And the Stardust is going to be moving down to face the winner of Pots and Pans versus Volcor. I'm not sure what to cast next, to be honest.
I would love to see Potts play. It's been a long time since I've been able to watch Potts play in a tournament setting, and watching him play Cassidy is a lot of fun usually because he loves playing that very aggressive play style of just getting in as fast as possible, get as much damage off as you can, and just throw people around the map, just create enough pressure to keep people guessing. But I think that one would be a lot of fun to watch.
Absolutely, and I am all for bringing them on into the room. We can see Pots and Pans versus Volcor as the other losers bracket matches continues on their way.
All right, well, we have Pots and Pans jumping in the room right now. And I guess we will get Volcor in here as well in just a second.
If Flesh Vortex is still around and can actually leave the room. Otherwise... we may just have to make a new room. All right, it does look like he left, which is good.
All righty, well, the winner of this game will be going on to play against Stardust, I believe. And with the other losers bracket match, Magma Bob versus Z-Zombie, going to be facing off. The winner of that match will be going off to face against Scroyan. So we have two important matches here so that we can figure out who will... so we can determine who will move on to the losers bracket semifinals, I believe. Or is it the quarterfinals? I think it's the semifinals, though. And then get this match all decided.
Yeah, we are down just to the wire with only a few contestants remaining. Whoever finishes this is going to be going on to fight against Stardust. So this is... not even sure. I think we're in the losers top 8 at this point.
I believe so. I think it is losers top 8 right now, and it looks like they are going to be having their map selected. They are going to be picking Twilight as their map of choice. Potts is going to be picking Cassidy, his Astro Cassidy, and Volcor is going to be pulling out his Nash again, something that he's been, I guess, favoring a little bit more over Hattori this patch because of, well, whatever reasons. It might just be his sleeper pick.
All right, well, Pots and Pans on Cassidy. It's definitely something to be reckoned with. Pots and Pans probably having the most aggressive playstyle in Brawlhalla. We're going to see just how Volcor is going to be able to deal with that. So far, he seems to be doing all right as he gets a bunch of neutral airs down.
Yeah, those unarmed combos can end up being very tricky. They might not have the damage, but they do have the connection that just allows you to keep punishing people. And wow, a lot of strong hammer attacks coming out from Volcore, just really putting the pressure down on Potts. Potts is going to need to build up a lot of this damage. He's going to catch Volcore out with the lasso, though, but here we go. Potts' signature weapons, the guns right now. I'm going to see if this can bring Potts back into this stock.
All right, well, things are not looking good right now for Pots and Pans as he's struggling to find a signature. Volcore knocking him out with a side air. That's pretty brutal, and Pots and Pans, you know, his playstyle, it doesn't seem to be working out very well against Volcore.
Volcore is playing a little bit faster than what we've seen in some previous matches. Really not worrying about trying to get in there with some unarmed combos. Maybe he knows something about playing against Potts that he didn't know about playing against some other players. But
there's the knockout from Pots and Pans, getting the signature finally. Volcore dodging forward right into it, and that's what Pots and Pans needed to neutralize.
But now here we go. Looks like Pots and Pans is going to be trying to play a little bit of map control right now, and unfortunately he's not going to prevent Volcore from being able to get to a hammer, but with some of Pots and Pans.
Ooh, nice recovery from Pots and Pans, a double recovery to knock out Volcore, immediately tossing the guns away, coming back down to neutral ground.
Huge attack coming down to completely reverse this game into Pots and Pans' favor. And he is just, you can tell that Pots and Pans is really finding his stride right now with this 8 dex character. A lot of these fast hits and fast movements coming out. His aggressive style is really now just taking Volcore by surprise.
Yeah, Pots and Pans looking pretty good right now, but he gets hit by the signature, absolutely melting to the damage from Volcore. But I'm not sure if Volcore is going to be able to turn this around. Immediate uppercut from Pots and Pans, taking Volcore off guard. And another one.
It's at this point where anything can happen. And Volcore, Pots and Pans, up to that point, hadn't taken any damage. And really, Pots just needs just a quick signature or...
Even a side air at this point might do the trick. But
yeah.
Volcore is dodging neatly through everything Pots and Pans is trying to do until he falls into the signature trap. Pots and Pans taking game number 1.
I don't know why I did that. I just felt like it would be very fitting. Anyway, Pots and Pans is going to take that in a 3-2 matchup. His reversal there with the double recover, the gun recovery was the turning point in that match for Pots and Pans to take it. That was very well played by him, and it's going to go off into the second round here. Pots and Pans banning Blackguard, and looks like they are going to be going back to Twilight's Pass. Volcore is going to switch this up to Hattori. Let's see if that makes a difference.
Well, we might see it might. Hattori having 1 less armor, but a lot more speed than Nash. We'll see if it makes a difference or not. Not really sure how I feel about this pick, but we're back on Twilight Grove, Pots and Pans' favorite home. And we're going to see if Volcore is going to be able to get a win out of this.
All right, but here we go. Looks like Potts is going to be finding that hammer immediately, and after taking a bit of damage from that hammer, Volcore is going to be finding a sword, but is it going to be enough? Potts really looking for one of those stomp combos. Oh, and he just grabs Volcore at the apex of that lasso and very nearly takes Volcore out, but doesn't manage to connect those last few hits.
All right, well, Volcore now trying to find his own signatures, but Pots and Pans not giving him any space. Double weapon interrupts as he gets a nice hammer side signature.
You just see Pots and Pans' efficiency of throwing right there with that hammer. He almost makes it look like he's playing with a yo-yo. It just throws it and comes right back to him.
Well, Pots and Pans right now is still looking pretty good as he gets the charged up side punch. Pots and Pans now 3-2 against Volcore. Volcore's got to be feeling the heat right now as he gets picked up for some recovery action.
Very nearly gets that upward combo there with the guns there.
Those neutral airs into recovery. It's one of the new fan favorites for gun players everywhere, and Pots and Pans is really playing it out well today. Doing a really good job of finding those recoveries where he needs to, but Volcore now trying to be aggressive, countering Pots and Pan's aggression, but Pots and Pan's just having incredibly fluid movement all around the map right now, and it doesn't really seem like Volcore knows how to deal with it.
He's having a lot of trouble dealing with a lot of these attacks, and if you can't pick it up, then Pots and Pans will take this game down. But oh, it looks like he almost lands the ground pounded recovery follow-up. If Pots and Pans can take this stock, that will put him in a fantastic position to finish off this game.
Almost it off the down signature. Can Pots and Pans close this out? He finds the recovery as Volcore has to dodge around the item toss. Pots and Pans once again just creating opportunities where there usually aren't any.
All right, now it's down to Volcore to try to pick up this kill. He's got Pots and Pans in the red, but Pots and Pans is just not making it easy for him to be able to finish him off.
You know, it's almost like where other players would play more defensively, Pots just goes ham and gets more aggressive, not even caring that he's in red.
See, there you go. We're talking about food again.
Oh, Pots and Pans cooking sausage and ham. Or something along those lines. Volcore getting a nice neutral air to get his first knockout of the game, as it's now 2-1. Pots and Pans just needs to get down a little bit more damage, maybe find himself a signature or 3, and this is going to be the end of this losers match unless Volcore can mount a recovery.
Oh yeah, and here we go. It looks like Pots is going to find a Crocky, and he's not going to make a connect with it, but he is going to find Gunza as well. The weapon that Pots and Pans is arguably known for, and if he can land a few good signature moves, Volcore is already in red health. This may be the end of Volcore.
Low to the ground pounds from Pots and Pans. Volcore just doesn't seem to know how to respond to it as he walks into the side air. Pots and Pans forces him off the match, meaning that he's going to be moving on towards losers semifinals, and Volcore is going to be going home.
All right, and he is going to be going up against Stardust in his next top 8 match.
All right, well, let's see which game we can go ahead and get started next. We'll see if anybody has reported forward, and we'll get you guys updated on what is going to be happening next. We are quickly approaching the grand finals at an unprecedented pace because, you know, when the ESL runs a tournament, it doesn't take 8 hours. All right, so
this tournament also didn't have like 96 people.
That's not important. That's not important. All right, so let's take a quick look at this. We know Stardust is going to be playing Pots and Pans next. We're still waiting for a report on the Magma Bob versus Z-Zombie match. And way up here in the winners finals, Moose versus Flesh Vortex will be happening very soon. And I'm actually wondering if we should do that before we do the round 4B matches.
That's a good question, because whoever wins the round 4B matches still has to face off in the round 2A matches, and then after that, the winners bracket final loser drops down into the losers bracket finals, and we get the grand stuff situated. So it might be a little while until the whoever loses the winners bracket final gets to play again.
Well, let's see who's going to be coming in next. We'll get over here into our logistical rooms.
Oh, it looks like Magma Bob might be ready for us to stream his match.
Yeah, it does sound like Magma Bob is going to be squaring off against Z-Zombie. I'll see if we can get them into the room.
All right.
And if that is the case, this might be the perfect opportunity for me to go and squeeze in one more quick hunt for food before we get to the super finals of all of this stuff. So I'm going to go and take care of that really quick.
All right.
But here we go, guys. This is losers bracket top 8, Z-Zombie versus Magma Bob. And whoever wins this match is going to be going on to the losers semifinals up against Scroy.
All right, and here we go, though. Z-Zombie is going to be pulling up Bryn as his character of choice, and Magma Bob is going to be playing. He is going to be picking up his Bodvar that he has been playing in the past few matches. So let's see who comes out on top. All right, but Bryn is going to be finding an early axe as well as Bodvar being able to pull out an early sword. Let's see if Bodvar's sword should have enough speed behind it to interrupt a lot of the slower initial frame. Interrupt the initial frames, but it's not going to matter as Bodvar is going to pick up a hammer and then toss away for a sword. Man, this weapon switches are going way too fast for me right now. However, both players, both players are going to be playing very quick, aggressive styles right now, getting in close with Z-Zombie getting right in and landing a lot of these axe hits. That axe recovery nearly taking out Magma Bob right there. However, oh my gosh, that bomb throw from Magma Bob nearly taking out Z-Zombie, and another down light is just going to finish him off. That is going to be the first shot going to Magma Bob. Good lord, I cannot speak. Anyway, it looks like Magma Bob is going to be zoning Z-Zombie out from the weapon right there. He is going to pick up a mine, but it is not going to make a difference as Magma Bob is just putting a huge amount of pressure. Is this going to be the finish? It is not. He is going to have to recover, and that is going to allow Z-Zombie to recover as well, but he's already put Z-Zombie in deep red health. Oh, but Z-Zombie is going to be able to respond with an uppercut to balance this game out, but that deep red is going to pose a huge imposition onto Z-Zombie, and that is going to be his second stock being taken out from a scoop by Magma Bob. Scoop makes me think of ice cream. Why is it every time I play Brawlhalla, or I cast Brawlhalla, I think of food? I don't know what it is. All right, it looks like Z-Zombie is going to find his spear, and he's going to play very defensively in a sort of way by using a lot of neutral airs on that spear. Sort of pots. I'm just kind of erratic right now. Anyway. Magma Bob is going to be picking up a hammer right here. Weapon with just a tad more range than the axe. So if you can manage to get some good side attacks in, he could manage to build up some damage from range, but Z-Zombie is not going to let him get close by any means. That axe has just a bit better air coverage with some of those moves, and is going to make it very difficult for Magma Bob to get in there. But Magma Bob is going to pick up a sword, something he's looked a little bit more comfortable on in comparison to the hammer in a few of his matches. So let's see if he can use this to turn around. He is going to land that neutral signature to throw him back off the map, but Z-Zombie is just playing very, very well with some of his footsies, just being able to move around very effectively at this point. Oh, and he knows if he lands one signature right now, that is going to be it for Magma Bob, but he's going to land instead a side air to knock Magma Bob off and equalize the lives 1-1. However, this might not be enough for Z-Zombie, as Z-Zombie is in the deep red. He's just looking for any kind of recovery reset that he can get. Magma Bob he's going to try to put a lot of pressure onto Z-Zombie in order to take this last stock off, but oh, there it is. The down air from Magma Bob is going to be finishing off Z-Zombie right there, and that is going to be the first match going to Magma Bob. Now I can take a breath. All right, but here we go. The next stage striking should be coming out in just a moment from Magma Bob. He's going to be banning Blackguard Keep, and Z-Zombie is going to be selecting his map in just a moment. All right, it looks like the decision is going to be on to Twilight Grove, and Z-Zombie is going to be picking up Bryn again, as well as Magma Bob is going to be sitting on Bodvar. So here we go, another match with these two. Very even stat pools from both of these characters.
3, 2, 1,
with the main differences being that one is a spear axe and the other one is a hammer sword character. Two very different weapons. But here we go. Magma Bob is going to get an early sword and put a lot of huge pressure onto Z Zombie dealing a large amount of damage into a neutral Sig follow-up. He is just not letting up right now. He is going to throw away the sword for a hammer, though. And with all the damage that Z Zombie just took, oh my gosh, and Z Zombie's going to take a proximity mine to the face as well. Magma Bob is just not relenting in his attack right now. This is huge. Uh-oh. Just got some unusual message pop up on my computer. Anyway, we're going to ignore that for now, as Magma Bob is going to take the first stock against Z Zombie. And Magma Bob is just going to continue to just pulverize Z Zombie with all this damage output from his hammer. However, he is going to be dropped into red health right now, and looks like Z Zombie is going to be trying to find at least a stock on Magma Bob right now, but he's having a lot of trouble getting in, and Magma Bob almost finishes Zombie off with that neutral signature. And we're going to hear some right-in crunches in the background as he eats some chips. But here we go. We have Z Zombie just very nearly missing the side signature, but is going to follow up with a side spear to finish off that first stock for Magma Bob. But Zombie's going to need a little bit more in order to equalize this game. He is in the deep red. And this could spell trouble if he can't get a good amount of damage build up onto him. And unfortunately, he's going to be taken out by Magma Bob's sword recovery. And this is going to be put into a 2-1 matchup. Magma Bob with a huge advantage on Z Zombie right now. All right. Both players playing very aggressively. Z Zombie having a lot of trouble getting away from Magma Bob. His aggressive playstyle is proving a bit too much for Zombie, it seems. Even when he doesn't have a weapon, Magma Bob seems to be just willing to get in there. Oh, and he almost took him out. He almost ran him out of jumps here on the edge. But Z Zombie is able to recover. He is in deep red though, so any semi-strong hit should be able to take him out. Bryn only has 5 defense. This might not be. Oh, there we go. That is Bonbar with a down air. That was just not. I did not finish that with any hype at all. But Magma Bob is going to finish that game off with a down air, 3-1. Moving on to the next round against Scroy, I believe.
I believe that is correct.
And welcome back, Raiden.
Hi, Frone. Hello, Brawlhalla fans. I have returned.
Rechipped.
Indeed. All right, let's take a look at these brackets.
All right, but here we go. This is looking at the brackets right now. It looks like Magma Bob is going to be moving on against Scroy, with Pots and Pans going against Stardust in just a moment as well. Moose and Flesh Vortex in the winners bracket finals will be facing off in just a moment, just after. So
we're going to be covering Stardust versus Pots and Pans first?
I believe so.
All right, let's see if we can get them in.
Pots
and Stardust, we need you now.
Bop, 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 bop.
All right, guys, so we are moving on. This is Losers Bracket Semifinals. Sir Pots and Pans is going to be facing off against the Stardust. Should be seeing a Nash versus Cassidy matchup here.
And you called it.
Yep, and this was the same legend that Pots and Pans fought on the first match against Volcor, so we're going to see if Pots and Pans is thrown off at all by Stardust's slightly different playstyle. You know, it's something that's a pretty easy trap for some people to fall into. They see a Nash, they expect a Nash to play like a Nash, but occasionally things are different.
Oh yeah, but everyone's got a little bit different of a playstyle, so it's one of those things that you have to kind of expect in this game. You know, not everyone's going to do the same aggressive style of play, not everyone's going to do the same defensive style. Everyone's kind of got their own little twist to everything. So I'm sure that's something Potts realizes. He's played a lot of tournaments in the past, and I'm sure he's fought Stardust a few times as well. So he might already be familiar with the way he plays, as well as Stardust being familiar with the way that Potts plays a little bit.
Nobody likes to face up against Pots and Pans when he's playing the mint green space cowgirl. It's always a dangerous scenario to find yourself in, but here we go. Pots and Pans on Cassidy once again. Stardust representing Nash players around the world. We are on Thunderguard Stadium. This is losers bracket semifinals.
All right, we have a friendly taunt coming out from Stardust to initiate the match, and he is going to be rewarded with what looks like a spear drop. And Pots and Pans is going to find his guns right afterwards, and he's not quite going to be landing anything just yet.
Yeah, we're going to see if Stardust continues to play around the shenanigan area. You know, it's a very common thing with a lot of players. They just like to hang out down here to try and put themselves in an advantageous position. Pots and Pans not going for it, however, just deciding to outpatience him a bit. We'll see if this ends up being the theme of this match. It's very difficult.
You can see Stardust really trying to utilize that shenanigan area and lure Pots and Pans down there.
Oh, but Pots and Pans isn't falling for it. He lands a signature. Nice item setup. Gets the second signature off of it. Stardust being bounced around the map. This is a dangerous place for Stardust right now, as the map control from Pots and Pans.
The side signature from Pots and Pans just coming right out and catching Stardust in that attack. It has huge force behind it.
Stardust getting 3 neutral hammers in a row and a side, sending Pots and Pans off the edge of the stage. This is not a good situation for him. Immediately down in the red after that. Stardust hasn't taken a single hit on this life until just now.
Now he has literally taken a single hit.
A single hit has come down from Pots and Pans. What does this spell for Stardust? Oh, that's what Pots and Pans was waiting for. Trying to space it out. Oh, he just barely recovers. Stardust trying to finish it off. Can he find it? Pots and Pans dodging around the right side. Putting it back to neutral.
Just managed to recover with that recovery move around the bottom of the map. Oh, and it looks like Potts is going to be catching Stardust out with that down air to build up, to initiate some of that damage buildup.
Pots and Pans stopping all the aggression, but here we go. Stardust again with a hammer. This was what put down all the damage on Pots and Pans before. There we go. The neutral air is covering all that space around Stardust. Very difficult to approach when a hammer player is using that technique.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, and Stardust really trying to utilize that shenanigan zone and get Potts to get in down with him, because he knows if he can get Potts down there, he can take advantage of his of Potts' gun dead zones. But Potts is smart enough, it seems, to not really get baited into any of that and just to wait.
Yep,
he knows he's got the 3. You know, he's got his stock above, and if he can time, if he's going to time the match out, then he'll win either way, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, and meanwhile, while all this has been going on, Stardust finally gets the stock, but throughout the course of all of that, Pots and Pans playing patiently for once and putting Stardust down into the red. And there we go. There's the signature. Pops him up. It's not enough to finish off, however. Gets the signature despite being hit. That lingering hitbox from Cassidy's down signature on the guns knocks Stardust out. It's 2-1.
It's just going to do it. And here we go. It looks like they're both going to be putting yellow health. Potts building a huge amount of damage with those guns.
And the recovery comes in from Potts again. He's finding all the responses to Stardust, but Stardust gets a double juggle off 2 neutral airs. This could be bad for Pots and Pans. One of those Nash signatures would be enough to melt Cassidy at this point, flying towards the edge. Pots and Pans, can he recover? He just manages to do so. Oh, just barely landing the dive kick. Twice in a row, 2 dive kicks knocking Stardust out of the signatures.
Looks like Stardust is really switching things up and going with a much more aggressive play style in order to try to counter Potts.
Potts going for the recovery, but just barely misses it. Is he gonna go play in the shenanigan area now? Is that what's gonna happen?
It looks like it. He's really just trying to finish off this match.
Oh, the side air around the corner, stopping the signature again. It's gotta feel really frustrating for Stardust right now, as he hasn't been able to land one solid signature all game.
Oh, but he's gonna land the side air. equalize the life pool. It's gonna be he's gonna be hard pressed to even up the game entirely, but it is possible.
Pots and Pans does find the unarmed ground pound, however, and knocks out Stardust through the middle as he takes game number 1 here in the losers semifinals.
And they are going to be moving on to the second match. Pots and Pans is going to be banning Thunder Guard Stadium moving into the second round, so Stardust is going to have to choose something else.
All right, well, we'll see. Pots not wanting to play on Thunder Guard. It sounds like Stardust is going to be sending the match to Kings.
All right, but here we go.
Stardust switching over to Vrax. It's going to be an interesting choice. Don't really think that Pots and Pans is going to be phased much by this, but we'll see. Maybe this is a sleeper pick for Stardust as we head out to King's Pass. Maybe he's going to try to bring back what,
3, 2, 1,
you know,
brawl.
what Flesh Vortex did to him.
Mm-hmm. And here we go. We're going to see this match go down. It looks like Dust is going to be able to find a lance here in the very beginning, and he's going to be looking for a lot of these signatures as well, landing that neutral signature onto Pots.
Definitely does cover a lot of space, and, you know, Pots does like to hang out into that dive kick area, but he does manage to knock Stardust out, but he responds immediately with the ground pound, taking an early lead.
Wow. Huge damage coming in from I almost said Flesh Vortex. From the Dust. And with that ground pound to be able to knock out, take an early stock on the Pots and Pans. Blah, blah, blah.
Well, let's see if Pots and Pans can turn this around. Stardust hanging out at the bottom, playing a very patient game. Just deciding that he can control that downward space better than Pots can. You know, that is true. The guns are not really a great weapon for downward angles. So, you know, this tactic from Stardust right now is pretty understandable.
Mm-hmm. But it looks like Dust is going to be playing incredibly... I don't know how to describe it. He's going to be playing... It's like a mixture of defensive and aggressive, where he kind of goes in and then backs off, goes in, backs off the lance, and Pots is just really having some trouble trying to get in, but he is going to be able to finish him off with the ground pound right there.
Yep, that is one of those things, you know, like we were talking about earlier, lances on those edge scenarios, not the best weapon to try and recover with, so if you can create an advantage, it's not going to be a good position for you.
But it looks like Pots is going to be he's going to be having a very comfortable time on that hammer right there.
But he is dodge through, gets picked up by the signature from Vrax. Really difficult to get away from that signature.
Pots is going to be able to find guns though right now, and he's going to have to put a lot of pressure onto Dust right now if he's going to be able to take this game. Dust, almost misses that recovery right there. He almost got stuck underneath the platform.
All right, well, both players patient on the guns. Pots and Pans has a lot to recover from right now. He does get a nice recovery. The Pots and Pans very good at landing those in kind of unexpectedly quick scenarios. He's trying to be very respectful of the side air from Stardust. You know, Stardust not really known for his gunplay, so maybe he's just, you know, believing that he can rely on the strength of Vrax as a character to make this happen.
It is possible, but Pots is really starting to bring this back. He's only taken a little bit of damage this stock, and he does have Dust in the red.
You know, and it might also be one of those things that Vrax is uniquely designed to counter the way that Pots plays. You know, we can see a lot of forward dodges from him, a lot of aggression. Pots is really just trying to find the knockout that he needs. Oh, but he gets hit. This might be it. He just barely recovers. And trying to find the ground pound, just barely dodging away from the Stardust. Really difficult.
Very, very tense wall match coming out right now for both of these players. Really just trying to finish each other off with anything. Both players are going to find guns right now, but Pots is going to have a lot of trouble getting back.
Oh, he finds the slide, but isn't able to follow up. Oh, goes for the signature, but gets hit, just barely recovering. Any last good hit could do it.
Oh no! The wall, the bounce off the wall to try to get around him. Just put Potts right there in Stardust's ground pound range, and it's going to finish him off. And they're going to be going to the match 3 now.
Match 3, this is going to be it. Whoever wins is going to be moving on to the losers bracket finals. Stardust looks like he's going to be sticking with Frax. You know, it might just be a good counter to Pots and Pans playstyle.
It is entirely possible. Potts is. It seemed like Potts had a little bit of trouble there again playing against the Lance. With a lot of wide hitboxes on the Lance, it might be one of Potts' weaker points for playing aggressive, where it's just difficult to get in on some of those multi-hitbox moves.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens as far as picks and bans go. You know, Pots and Pans really likes to have a neutral map where he can play his neutral game, definitely being a lot more aggressive when he can keep the opponent grounded. But the way Stardust has been playing, kind of forcing him to come down around the edges of the walls, it's not really working out in Pots and Pans' favor. So he's either going to have to heavily adapt, or we're going to see what map gets selected for the last game of this best of 3 between Stardust and Pots and Pans.
All right, and it is going to be coming back to Thunderguard Stadium. Both of these players coming down, getting dropped by their sidekicks right now, and here they go. No weapons coming out just yet, but it looks like Stardust is going to be finding a Lance, and
gets 3 neutral airs in a row on Pots and Pans, and Stardust trying to stay close to him. Pots and Pans responding with some unarmed, and gets a signature, keeping the health damages pretty even right now. Although Stardust now making his own advantage, getting some good damage down. And the gun battles continue as Pots and Pans gets clipped by the long distance signature. Not expecting that.
And that was very surprising that he got clipped by that right then. But then again, it was an edge guard situation. It could have been sort of expected, I suppose. But anyway. Looks like
not looking good for Pots and Pans right now. Stardust is able to put down a lot of damage with guns on his second stock. Lots of recoveries, both players trying to catch the other out with that. And Pots and Pans gets a nice mine toss, but Stardust is going to be able to make it back to the edge. Pots does land the side air, however, and knocks out Stardust, making it 2-2. Stardust has a big life advantage at this point.
And Pots is going to need a lot of luck. And even more skill in order to bring this back, to equalize this. Maybe even one of those crazy neutral air combos that he pulled out in one of the other matches.
Oh man, both people going for recoveries, just can't find one. Dodging through everything as Sir Pots and Pans gets the low to the ground pick.
It looks like Potts is bringing this back.
He's definitely closed down the life advantage, and it's pretty close now. Just a slight light lead for Stardust. Oh, Pots and Pans tries to go in, but gets caught by that signature once again. Stardust being very patient, just controlling all the approach angles. Potts is just trying to figure out a way in as he gets clipped by the signature. Stardust just creating an unpenetrable wall of green lasers that Pots and Pans has to figure out how to penetrate.
Ooh, Potts almost landed that bomb throw right there. That would have most likely spelled certain death for Dust right there, but fortunately he had his dodge ready. But Potts is not going to relent. He is going to try to get in and just finish off this stock. He knows he's in a great position.
The bomb misses Stardust, and Potts isn't able to bounce away from it. We're wondering if, you know, if Potts can turn this around. Stardust just being super patient, punishing all those approach angles. Potts needs to get a weapon. He does find it, picks up the hammer. Is he going to be able to get a knockout here, or will he take too much damage for it to matter? Stardust pushing him down in the dark orange. Immediate signature from Pots and Pans.
It's not going to be enough, though, to finish him off. And that is going to be it. That force coming out of Vrax's side gun signature is going to finish off Pots and Pans in this third match. And that is going to be that is going to be the series in favor of Stardust.
That is going to be it for Stardust versus Pots and Pans. Pots and Pans going to be going home, and Stardust will be moving on to the losers finals as we prepare to get the next match set up.
I believe the next match should be Magma Bob versus Scroy.
All right, well, we will be getting them in here shortly. We're going to be needing Stardust to leave the arena, please. Magma Bob and Scroy will be coming on in, and their match will be mirroring the one that we just saw. This is losers bracket semifinals. Let's just take a quick look at this. So whoever wins this match will be going on up against Stardust.
All right, and Magma Bob versus Scroy coming up right now. I wonder if we're going to be witnessing an Orion versus Orion matchup, but Magma Bob has seemed to be favoring Bodvar recently, so we might see Bodvar versus Orion matchup rather than a mirror match.
It might happen, you know, after this. We are going to be seeing the winner of this match go up against Stardust, and then we'll be able to see the winners bracket finals immediately after that match to see who gets knocked down to losers and who moves on to the grand finals.
And they're just trying to figure out who bans first, and I believe it's Scroy. So Scroy.
I do believe Scroy is the top seed for this, which means that he should get ban preference. I just realized we should probably put the out-of-game overlay back on so everyone can see our beautiful faces.
Yeah, because everyone wants to see the beauty. They want they want the shine, the sheen, and the sexy of the caster.
Oh, I know. It's just, you know,
Cams.
they love seeing all of our weird backgrounds and microphones, and makes the stream compelling.
I'm a giant the size of this door behind me.
They want to see that I'm eating chips, but it looks like we're getting locked in here. We are going to be having an Orion v Orion mirror match coming out from Scroy and Magma Bob. And here we go. We're getting started.
All right. Well, it is coming out right now. It's going to be essentially just whoever is better on Orion right now.
Well, we're going to see. I mean, these guys do have pretty conflicting play styles. Magma Bob being a little bit more on the scrappy, aggressive end. Scroy being a little bit more on the defensive end. So we're going to see just how these two play styles collide here on Mammoth Fortress.
For a second, I thought you were going to say a more passive-aggressive style, and then I just imagined Scroy just like calling Magma Bob names or something to demoralize him.
Passive-aggressive? I didn't see you today at the community meeting. Where were you? It'd just be terrible.
You didn't practice with me the other day. What was that about?
All right, well, Magma Bob and Scroy are pretty close here. I wouldn't say neck and neck, but the damage is pretty close. Very aggressive first stock. Someone is going to be dying here shortly. Is it Magma Bob? It is. A Scroy sends him to the top left of the screen off of a signature, making it 3-2.
Scroy seems to be playing very aggressive right now, really having no quarrels to be getting in Magma Bob's face.
Well, maybe he's just trying to take him by surprise. It's one of the advantages that you have when you're known for something, but then you do something else. It can really mess with the head of your opponent. And this is not the first time that we have seen these two players square off in a winner's top 8.
Oh, the very quick neutral signature coming out of Magma Bob's lance is going to be taking the first stock off of Scroy right now.
Fantastic move. Fantastic move from Magma Bob as the signatures continue to come out.
All right, but here they go. Magma Bob trying to build up his damage onto Scroy. Scroy trying to land that neutral signature, but just dropping him on before the second hit.
Well, Magma Bob now with some weapon interrupt combos. Really interesting stuff. He's representing that level 20 Orion pretty well right now, but Scroy just does not want to get knocked out as they respond signature for signature with Magma Bob coming out on top, but he gets clipped by the side of the down ground pound and isn't able to recover, just misses touching the wall.
I thought he had tapped the wall right there. I thought he was going to be able to recover.
It must have been something because he was throwing his weapon. The wall didn't register it as him being neutral at the time, and Magma Bob pays for that with his life.
All right, but it looks like Magma Bob is going to be very nearly finishing off Scroy's second life, making this a very quick, very I can't believe how fast this match is going right now.
This match is going lightning quick as neither players are willing to give the other any quarter. However, Scroyan's developed quite a big lead so far. And here we go. We finally see a little bit of footsie battles coming out as both players are airborne shuffling. Scroyan going for the mind toss. Can't quite find it. Magma Bob is just doing everything he can to get a hit, and Scroyan's just dodging through everything.
Ooh, Magma Bob got lucky with that lance throw, because otherwise Scroy would have put Magma Bob in a very precarious position with that mind throw, but it's not going to matter.
Slide charge. Scroyan gets the spike off of the neutral slide charge. Never seen that one used that way before.
That's slide charge neutral signature from Magma Bob on the spear is just incredibly brutal when you're defending a wall, because it can cover the entirety of the wall in certain cases. So it can, like in the situation right there, it made it nearly impossible for Magma Bob to get back, because I only believe he had one jump and his recovery left. I think he had to use his dodge to dodge a mind throw. But that is going to be the first match going for Scroyan, and we have the second match coming out right now. Both players very similar color. Oh gosh.
This is going to get really confusing. Thank goodness we have the letters.
Good thing I'm not colorblind either. But here we go. Scroy and Magma Bob in another mirror match right here on the same map in Mammoth Fortress. Magma Bob taking up his gray color scheme rather than a light blue one or a red one.
Yeah,
here we go.
We're going to see how this works out for Magma Bob this time, if he's coming in with a different type of game plan, or if these guys are just going to try to out-aggressive each other. Scroyan gets a lot of damage down off of some interesting spear work.
It may just be an out-aggressive, an outward aggression style of combat today, right here between these two. Scroyan really favoring this aggressive style versus Magma Bob, it seems. You know, and from the last match, it seems to be working.
Maybe it's just one of those things where both guys were watching the Stardust map and just going, you know what, we're not going to play like that. Let's give the people something to watch. And now Magma Bob is getting caught out by a signature from Scroyan. It's in a weaponless position, not where he wants to be, just manages to dodge through everything. But Scroyan hits him with the side air and the ground pound and the weapon toss. Magma Bob somehow makes it back. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So many people would have just died to one of the 3 or 4 things that Scroyan did there. Magma Bob
I would have.
Makes it back to the stage somehow.
All right, looks like Magma Bob is going to be... I had to make sure that was Magma Bob to begin with. Magma Bob is going to be...
Oh, the suicide knocks them both out.
Oh my god!
Totally equalizing. Somebody ought to shot that, because that was just
a great equalizer right there between Magma Bob. They even went out. They even got killed in the exact opposite corners of each other. Holy moly! The mirror match in all sense of the word right there. But here we go. Looks like both players are going to be finding a weapon right now to go into their second life. Scroyan taking a bit more damage than Magma Bob right now, as Magma Bob really tries to make it back onto the map and continue his damage that he's been pretty consistently placing down this life.
Yeah, it's still very close, but Magma Bob does look a bit more confident this time around. But it's really hard to track everything that's going on the screen at the same time when it's 2 Orions, 2 of possibly the best Orion players in the world right now, battling it out.
Oh, the double. He's going to deny Scroyan the recovery, and he's going to give himself a huge lead.
Absolutely brutal edge guard from Magma Bob right there.
Absolutely brutal.
Total brutality.
Now we're just going into Mortal Kombat.
Well, that's okay. So Magma Bob getting some good damage with the spear. Side airs and a side light and a pogo. It's really interesting combination we've seen a couple times from both of these players.
Finish him.
Gotta add that one to the pseudo combo list. Scroy waiting for his weapon to come back.
And it looks like he's going to pick up both players on the lance right now. Looking for some hits. Magma Bob is in orange health. He's in a
Nice use of that downlight, that new lance downlight from Magma Bob, punishing the close range of Scroy. And this is the opposite scenario of the last one, but Scroy catches him off guard, using the platform again to land a signature, similar to when we saw Moose do that earlier, or actually it was Magma Bob earlier today who did the same thing, except he was on both Vore's. Double mines come out!
Double bomb coming out of out of Scroy, and goddamn.
So confusing. Why do you do this to us? Why, Magma Scroyan? Scroyan Bob.
Scroyan Bob.
Scro Bob. Scro Bob. Man, lots of patience from Scroyan. Combo. Magma Bob searched for a signature, got punished for it. Both on Lance right now, but Magma Bob has the... Well, I was going to say the advantage, but then positions got reversed.
Both, they seem to be switching positions. This mirror match is way too much of a mirror match, to say the least. They're both really looking for any kind of opening, though, to finish each other off. Magma Bob is approaching deep red, and both of these players on spears. This game can go either way at this point.
Yeah, right now. Oh, Magma Bob gets hit into the mine from long range.
Huge smack coming out of Magma Bob. Or coming out of Scroy to take out Magma Bob.
Oh,
and knock him right into that mine. That is going to be the turnaround right here.
Even Scroyan caught off guard by that, saying that, yeah, that was totally planned. I completely thought that that mine setup was going to be a real thing just from the get-go. You know, we're just like...
Have some friendly talk here at the end.
I mean...
Finally getting his revenge about their last mirror match.
Oh man, well, it's good to see such great competition coming out. You know, two of the top Orion players in the massive lands of Brawlhalla squaring off in this tournament. And today, unlike the last time we saw these guys fight in this setting, this time Scroyan comes out on top.
He will be going into the I believe it is the losers bracket semifinals against Stardust. So I don't think we're going into that one immediately, are we? Are we going into the Moose versus Flesh Vortex, or will it be a Stardust versus Scroyan losers semifinals before that?
Well, I feel like Moose and Flesh may not even be here because it's been so long since they last played. And if it was up to me, I would be seeing if we could stream that one. But let's check in with our tournament organizer and ask him what to do.
I guess we'll find out in just a moment. But before that happens, I'm going to put on my mustache again real quick.
All right, that's excellent. I'm gonna do that too.
And
Let's see.
I'm going to ponder a couple things very quickly.
It might be interesting to decide which players will be able to go next. If we can determine who's going to be fighting next in the land of Brawlhalla, then we can carry on with the incredible esports casting of this excellent game.
Well, one way or another, we do have Stardust and Scroy in here in the lobby right now, and we can see that they may be ready to play. So
yes, quite yes, of course.
If worst comes to worst, then what we might see is a Stardust versus Scroyan before the other two players can get in, which is Flesh Vortex and Moose, who I totally did not forget their names in the last 5 seconds.
Well, it might be absolutely possible, my good man, but of course what we have to do is we have to wait for the Holy Pale, because he's the one who has to come in and, you know, tell us precisely what to do. So as soon as we hear from everyone else... Oh, look, it seems that we've got word from the Holy Pale. He's come in and mentioned that we have to go ahead and do the winner's bracket match, which is going to be Moose versus Flesh Vortex. So if we could please have Moose and Flesh Vortex come immediately, that would be delightful.
Right, hip-hop cheerio, that is Moose joining the lobby right now. And now that all is left is Flesh Vortex coming in and facing off against Moose in a battle of the wits, in the battle of Brawlhalla.
All right, so we are going to be seeing the winners finals match between Moose and Flesh Vortex. They're going to be coming on They are going to be battling it out. The loser will go down to the loser's final match, and the winner will be moving on to the grand finals here at the ESL Brawlhalla Community Cup number 5, hosted by yours truly and You Got Froned. Things are going to be pretty exciting indeed as we move along in this winner's finals match. Who do you guys think is going to win us? Let us know in the chat. Who do you think is going to come out on top? Will it be Moose's
Well, there's only 4 players left in the tournament, so we could just have people calling out who they want to win the whole thing at this point.
Well, it is possible.
All right, but we do have both players in the lobby now getting ready to get this match underway. Moose versus Flesh, Vortex, JV4 versus OmniClan, and
I'm just over here eating crisps, you know.
Eating crisps.
Yeah, they're crisps. They're delicious.
Quite right. All right. Well, the banning is underway now. Flesh Vortex starting out with a Twilight Grove ban, and the rest of the bans coming in right now with Blackguard being followed up. That just leaves Thunder Guard, Stadium, Mammoth Fortress, and King's Pass left up to being banned and picked. So we will see how this finishes off in just a moment. Did someone say something about Hip Hop Cheerio? I don't think I said that. Did I say something about Hip Hop Cheerios?
What? It's not hip hop. It's pip pop. It's very different.
Yeah.
It's very different. All right, so here we go. We are in it. Flesh Vortex, once again representing Lord Vrax, alien domination everywhere, and Moose playing Bodvar, the OG Viking himself.
3, 2.
And we are on King's Pass for the winners finals. Is this best of 3 or best of 5?
I want to say it's best of 5, but then I'm not entirely certain. I can look that up right now. But while that is going on, both players have gotten their weapons. Moose has got his hammer right now, and Flesh is looking for that Lance down signature like he has been really favoring so far.
Well, I'm handing out a key. Please let me know what's happening over here. Whoa, that was a awesome signature. That's all I got.
All right, it does look like semifinals and finals matches are going to be best of 5, so this should be a best of 5 match between the two of these players. Flesh Vortex is going to be getting a weapon, but he is going to be getting knocked out by the side air from Moose's sword play.
So Moose just not worried too much about it, but there we go. Flesh Vortex with the down signature on the lance, his weapon of destruction of choice all day long, as Moose falls victim to it as well.
And here we go. Looks like Moose is going to be caught without a weapon right now, and Flesh Vortex is just going to try to play the best game of map control that he can. Unfortunately, Moose is going to grab a sword with a spawn from his side. And looks like Moose is going to start getting a lot of damage build-up with that sword as well.
But things are so even right now. Both players at orange. Moose playing pretty cautiously, just dodging away from that signature. Oh, as Flesh uses the instant air ground pound and the weapon toss to close it out. Moose falling to his tomb. Great move from Flesh Vortex to ensure the knockout off of that advantage.
Yeah, that down ground pound in the air, just very debilitating to players with any amount of damage. It's got a huge amount of force behind it and can finish people off, especially on a map like this where the floor is not quite as far as you would expect it to be.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things that, you know, at this point, Flesh Vortex completely changed it around. You know, he got knocked out first initially, and now he's built a huge lead for himself.
Yeah, and he's going to make it difficult for him to get taken out, except that ground pound for Moose is going to finish the job, even it up at 1-1.
Well, let's see if Flesh can close this out, or if Moose is going to be able to turn it around. You know, the trouble with the way that Flesh Vortex plays Vrax is that he never needs to get close enough to you for those Bodvar Bear Claw signatures to work. So the way that Moose has to play this might be a little bit different from what he's used to. We'll see if the sword aggression can't work out in his favor. Moose neatly dodging around the signature, staying airborne. Oh, he
but
goes for the Moose combo and just misses
Ooh!
it.
Lands the second hit from the sword air, and
Ooh, nice signature from Moose. This is not looking too good for Flesh, but anything could happen at this point. Moose just barely missing the punish on all three of those hits.
it doesn't look like he selected the right move right there when he went for the down air. As Flesh Vortex was above him, that would have probably
and
ended the
Moose
match.
closes it out after being
Player 2 wins.
just that last minute of play. I don't think Moose got hit once as he just slowly stuck to Flesh Vortex and picked him apart there at the end, taking game number 1.
All right, but it looks like Moose is going to be banning Mammoth Fortress, and Flesh Vortex is going to be picking Blackguard. Keep Moose is going to be going back onto Vore, and Flesh Vortex is going to be going back onto Vrax again. So let's see if Flesh Vortex can turn this game around. As Vlax, what is the
Verax. Verax.
Flax seeds?
As You Got Frown has trouble speaking, we're back in it at Blackguard Keep. Moose squaring off once again against Flesh Vortex. This is game number 2. Moose is now up 1-0 here in the winners finals.
Obviously.
Yeah, you know, it might help. It's hard to string all this stuff together. Oh, Moose just a moment of hesitation there. I don't think his neutral attack came out. Missed a bunch of damage opportunity. This is actually going to be interesting because honestly I think that sword players do have an advantage on this map because of how often you have to play around the edge. But we're going to see if that really matters with Flesh hanging onto a pair of guns. Just getting a lot of nice damage down on Moose early on.
All right, but it looks like Moose is going to be getting up in Flesh's face with that hammer, dealing just a huge amount of damage, taking advantage of that forward defense that Vrax has.
Oh, but the recovery move scoops up Moose and sends him flying through the top of the stage. Flesh getting a nice knockout, making it 3-2.
All right, but let's see if Moose can turn this around. Vrax is still just nearly in red health, so any of these strong signatures or fast sword strings might be able to pull out a quick reversal here.
There we go. Moose hits his combo just like that. The side sword roll into Bodvar's signature, catching Flesh unawares. And it's pretty much dead even again. Moose slightly behind in life, but not anymore.
It looks like he is going to take the lead right there. I mean, it's when you only have that just little teeny amount of damage stacked up onto you, it's very easy to equalize in those situations since you only need really 1 or 2 hits to do just that.
And Moose playing quite excellently this stock, delaying a lot of his attacks just a little bit to try and punish the dodges from Flesh Vortex. And just like right there as he neatly gets the bear claw. Perfect timing and response from Moose to punish that signature.
All right, but here we go. Looks like Flesh Vortex is going to have to pull out some guns right now to try to equalize this game. Hopefully he can try to build up some damage, but it looks like Moose is just too comfortable on that sword right now, just able to get right in there and punish all of Flesh Vortex's moves.
It definitely seems like Flesh is caught off guard because the Vrax tactics he has been relying on to get this far do not seem to be working on Moose as effectively. And, you know, it might just be because, you know, Moose himself has a very signature-heavy playstyle, and he might just be able to recognize that type of style in Flesh and respond to it easier.
All right, but here we go. Both players are going to be approaching red health right now, and which spells certain danger for Flesh Vortex. Oh, and he's going to drop the recovery. Unfortunately, that is not going to connect there for the kill, but the side signature is.
That is a very interesting knockout for Flesh Vortex, but he does manage to get it as he clears the board of some weapons. Moose trying to find an unarmed hit, but probably not the best idea against lances, as they don't really have a lot of the same gaps that other weapons do. Moose finally picks up a sword, and he's going to be looking for his combo.
Oh, really trying to go for that spike there. It seems like he's missing a few of the neutral air opportunities to finish off.
Oh, Flesh Vortex going for that, and he gets picked up off the ground as Moose punishes the dodge with a great signature as he takes the series 2-0, which means he just has to win one more game to move on to the grand finals. And Flesh Vortex will be knocked down to losers unless he can turn this around.
Yeah, yes, it is, and they're going to go into this third match. Let's see if Flesh Vortex is going to be going to choose to switch up his character decisions real quick, and it looks like they're going to run it back on Blackguard real quick. I don't know if picking Vrax again would be I'm almost hesitant to say it'd be a wise decision to go back on it, because it seems like Moose just feels comfortable playing against it now at this point.
Yeah, this is not looking too good for Flesh Vortex. He's really going to have to mix up his tactics if he wants it to work on Moose. Moose has just been excellently dodging through everything. And
looks like this third match is going to be underway with both players playing the same characters that they have been comfortable on this whole time. And Moose really looking for a weapon right now of some sort. He is going to find a sword to try to fight against Flesh's guns right now, but will it do him any good?
And Moose trying to get in position for a punish on that, but just couldn't do it safely. Opts to go for not taking any damage instead. Tosses out a signature, but gets punished for his trouble. He gets a nice down sig on the hammer, however. Reading what Flesh was about to do just right.
That down signature on the hammer has a huge range, so it makes it very easy for it to outspace a lot of characters.
Yeah, you just need a really, really hard read on it. You know, one of the things that Moose gets the Gimp, lots of good aggression. Flesh just isn't able to make it back up. And that's exactly what I was talking about. The Blackguard keep sword aggression.
Oh yeah, and you can see it coming out of Moose. He's very comfortable with that aggressive down air spiking sort of play, and
oh, the down sig from Flesh though does a lot of damage, but doesn't knock out Moose, as he just barely survives. You know, the wide horizontal distance of this map definitely helping him out just a little bit more than it would otherwise, and Moose is able to get down some good damage in return, capitalizing quite a bit, but he gets hit by a recovery. Flesh making it 2-2 after Moose falls into the recovery trap. Really difficult to see that coming.
Oh yeah, but here we go. It looks like Flesh is going to try to build up as much damage as possible onto Moose, interrupting his side signature, but not the second.
Whoa, that signature really looked absolutely brutal. Flesh taking a lot of damage from this. Moose, though, needs to find the knockout quick, or Flesh is going to be able to make this make the damage count. He goes for a bear claw, just misses it. Oh, gets punished by the long distance signature.
Oh man, this is coming down to the wire right now. They're still not in their last stock, but I think Flesh knows that he needs this game to stay active in this series, because otherwise Moose just takes it down. Flesh Vortex looks like he's trying to play a little bit more careful with some side quick attacks and some down signatures. Oh, but he is going to be he's going to lose a stock to that.
Gets a nice hammer scoop. Yep, the hammer scoop finishing it, and it's now 1-1. This isn't a bad spot for Moose. He just needs a couple of hits to equalize the damage, and he could take this 3-0, which would be huge.
It would be a massive overtake in this game.
Normally not what you see in a winners finals match, but like I said, it might just be something where Moose is just a little bit more ready to deal with this type of play style than some others, but Flesh does get a good signature, and Moose is down in the red now.
It looks like Moose is just trying to find any little attack at this point to try to build something up, because I think he feels confident enough to face off against Flesh Vortex if you can just get him into orange or red, either one of those.
Oh, he was really hoping for a dodge there, knowing that that Bear Claw signature would really melt Vrax down.
Oh, Moose is getting close to getting hit by so many attacks. It's getting really close.
Oh, his movement, wow. He waits and charges the signature.
Holy moly, that was huge.
Hard read on the dodge right there. Oh, but Flesh knocks him out with a ground pound, punishing the signature through the soft platform. Flesh Vortex takes game number 3. It is now 2-1 in this best-of-5 winners finals.
Wow, that was a huge turnaround for Flesh Vortex. He really needed to take that game, and it could very well flip right around and go into Flesh Vortex's favor if he's able to take this next matchup. He gets it's like a full reset at this point.
Yeah, if he manages to take the next game, that would just, you know, make those first 2 losses meaningless. And maybe we're seeing Flesh Vortex just, you know, adapting himself here.
All right, well, here we go. We have the next match coming in right now. This is the 4th match between Flesh Vortex and Moose. And this should be going underway right now. Looks like both players are going to fight over that weapon right there in the middle. And there's going to be a lance going to Flesh.
Moose missing the opportunity to follow up with a sidekick there. I'm not sure if he knows about that unarmed combo. I really wanted to see it. But both players now with their favorite weapons, it would seem. And Flesh getting a nice punish there using the forward sig on Lance. Haven't seen a lot of that from him today. Moose with the Moose combo, though, catching Flesh unawares. But
Oh
Flesh
my
gets the
gosh,
down
but that
sig.
the huge down sig force really coming out for Flesh Vortex right now. Nearly taking out Moose right there. That was very close.
Very, very close. You could see just how much distance of travel Flesh Vortex got off of that. If Moose had one more hit on him, he'd probably be dead.
All right, but it looks like Flesh Vortex is going to be playing very carefully. He doesn't want to let Moose get very close. Otherwise, that could just be it for him. But, oh, he's going to take a side hammer hit.
You know, Moose with a nice uppercut right there, catching Flesh off guard. And, you know, Moose is just playing so cautiously right now because he knows that Flesh is going to be going for all of those signatures as much as possible, which is why he's approaching in such unusual ways. And
but here we go. It looks like Moose is going to start landing some damage down onto Flesh Vortex. He needs to get Flesh's damage built up, otherwise he's going to have a hard time. And that's going to be it for Moose, and that's he's going to get taken out by the side sig from Flesh Vortex.
And, you know, and the one thing that I wish I saw Moose doing a little bit more would be using the sword down light to get in some punishes. But it seems like the move just isn't in his repertoire at all. I haven't seen any sword down light combos from Moose at all. And I feel like he's missing some opportunities here to get in some of the damage that he could.
Yeah, that is very true. I don't think I've seen him do a single down light in this whole series so far, but he's mainly favored the side light.
He definitely does like the sword roll and the signatures just like that. Moose gets another knockout, making it 2-1. And this could be the end of the winners finals right here.
And that would send Flesh Vortex down into the losers finals in order to face off against the winner of the Magma Bob versus Scroy and no, wait, no, that already happened. Scroy versus Stardust match.
That is correct. You know, right now, Moose really needs to put down some damage, but he doesn't get a single hit. Flesh Vortex sending him to his doom off the neutral guns.
All right, but here we go. It looks like both players are a clean slate right now. Both having not taken a single point of damage except for, well, now that I've said that.
Now people have damage, because, you know, it's just...
I just shouldn't talk so soon.
The ever-running challenges of Brawlhalla commentary, where you're like, something happened, except that was 10 seconds ago.
By the time it takes to say one sentence, like 7 different things have happened already.
Yep, that's pretty much the case. Both players looking for signatures, but not able to land any. Flesh now a little bit behind on the life. Moose being really patient, not even swinging, just dodging through everything. Gets hit by a neutral, though, from Flesh. That Vrax neutral is so brutal.
Mm-hmm. But that it looks like Vrax is trying to...
Oh,
he's trying to
he
do
reads
anything.
the dodge, and Moose gets it on the hard dodge read, pressuring until he could see that dodge and respond to it. And Moose takes the set 3-1 to take winners finals, moving on to the grand finals and knocking Flesh Vortex down to the losers bracket.
Oh yeah, and this is gonna go into the next matchup right here between Scroy and Stardust. I don't know why I'm having so many brain farts right now.
Why is this Alonzo Mafiat guy in here?
I'm not sure. Very confused.
All right, well, we are going to be moving on to losers semifinals, losers finals.
Losers semifinals, I believe, because the next match after this, whoever plays Flesh Vortex, is the losers finals.
Or I believe that's the who takes third place match. But
I guess so.
it looks like what we're going to be doing is we are going to be seeing Stardust face off against Scroy, and whoever wins that will be fighting Flesh Vortex to see who goes back up to the losers finals. So we are going to need Scroy and Stardust in here.
All right. It looks like we have Raiden versus Stardust right here, and
Hey
in
now,
a match.
hey now. All right, I am gonna go take a quick break, and I will be back just as quickly as I can. But here we go, guys. This is the losers, I guess, losers finals, losers semifinals. It's not semifinals, otherwise we would have. Well, I guess it is semifinals.
It would be.
Top 4. Something like that. Anyway, I'm going to let you handle this one. I will be back as quickly as I can, and we will get on with concluding all of the excellence of the ESL.
All right. Well, here we go. Looks like we have Stardust and Scroy jumping in. Scroy, and I assume we'll be jumping on Orion, but Stardust has already jumped on Vrax, it seems. He might be trying to take the same approach that he did in his last match, where he plays a very defensive style of Vrax, punishing people coming up close with Lance, neutral airs, neutral signatures, and oh, it looks like we are going to be having a switch up here to... Okay, maybe he's just messing with me. It is entirely possible, because Scroy is going to be going for a quick second. Anyhow, we do have this match coming up very soon. 2 players, Stardust and Scroy, facing off in just a moment. Stardust really messing with me with some of these legend switches. But I'd love to hear about who you guys would love to see this match coming up in just a moment. Scroy, a very, very old-time player who has been in the top tier of players since the beginning of Ranked, I believe, and then Stardust coming in being a big player here in JV4 and strong player coming up in the last few patches. Who are you guys excited to see win this next game coming up? All right, while you guys are discussing whatever you're discussing in chat, we are waiting for Scroy to return so that we can get this match underway. All right, it might take just a little moment for this match to begin. You think Raiden's going to win this one, Pugsy? It is entirely possible. I mean, it's me versus him right now, so either one of us could take this next upcoming game. All right, well, we're just waiting for Scroy to return. Hopefully he'll be back in just a moment. Whew. Okay, all right, well, there's not very much to talk about currently as we're just waiting for this match to get underway. I can see you guys are discussing some hitboxes and how people in certain players' play styles who are in the tournament. And oh, it looks like Scroy is back right now, and he just returned, so we can get this bands underway. We can get the matches going here in just a moment between Stardust and Scroy. I believe this is a best of 5 between the 2 players. And we'll get this going in just a moment. This banning is coming out, starting with Thunderguard Stadium from Scroy, and we will be moving on to the picks in the rest of the bands in just a moment. Whew. All right, looks like Scroy is going to be playing Orion here, and they're going to be selecting Mammoth Fortress. Stardust is going to be pulling out Nash to start off this best of 5 series. Here we go. Scroy on Orion versus Stardust on Nash. All right. So both players starting off. It looks like both players are going to get some weapons. Get a lance versus a spear right now. Oh. Looked like maybe Stardust had to deal with something for a second, but here we go. Both players trying to come out with some hits, but not very many hits are connecting currently. Both players dealing with spears each. Looks like Scroy is going to land a nice little string right there as he combos Dust up into the air and finishes it off with a little recovery, or not a recovery, but a ground pound. They're both helicopters one way or another. But it looks like Scroy is going to be hitting a bit more in terms of spear hits than Dust is currently. And building up a lot more damage, although one way or another, this match is still very close between the two players. All right, now Dust is going to find a hammer here against Orion's spear. Is this going to be enough to finish him off? Oh, it looks like Scroy just very nearly takes out Dust, but does not manage to finish him off with that with the recovery. But here we go. Scroy does grab a lance right here to face off against the hammer, but he takes a smack to the face from Stardust. Stardust just barely recovers back onto the map after trying to follow up his attacks, but both players, you can tell, are playing very patiently, playing very slow, waiting for the other one to make some sort of move first. Lots of jumps back and forth. If only they were pogo sticking. Dust's hammer very closely takes out Scroy. A lot of very close moves coming out from both of these players, and nothing is quite finishing the other off. But I have a feeling the first one to land an attack, and there we go. The first one to land an attack is going to be the one to take the first stock, and that is going to be Dust with the side air onto Scroy. A very slow stock. It took just about 3 minutes for that to transpire, but here we go. We have spear versus spear again. Scroy finding the follow-up there with the side spear signature to finish off the first stock from Dust. All right, and here we go. Very slow.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Scroy looks like his old self. Stardust back on Nash, I see.
Yes, sir, and they are both playing a very slow, careful game against each other, looking for entry points to fight one another, and there's a lot of missed attacks. And
you know, and I think that's just something you see that comes out when you get to this stage of the tournament. People really wanting to play cautiously because they know just how much is on the line. Mm-hmm. There's a really big difference between 4th place and 2nd place, and
you can see Scroy pulling out some fancy lance moves right now, just really trying to finish Stardust off right here.
A lot of airborne shuffling from both people. Lots of footsies, but Scroy gets a side air conversion that scores him the knockout, making it 2-1. Stardust now with a lot of disadvantage. Scroy decides to eat the bomb. I can agree with that choice.
All right, but it is Scroy in the red right now versus Stardust in light yellow. Oh, and that side signature from the spear coming out from Dust is going to take out Scroy. and even up the live pool 1-1.
You know, in the hit-for-hit responses, that's probably one of the best things that you could ask for. That Nash signature just coming out so fast. Scroy with the long delay, trying to get Stardust to fall into it.
But he dodges at just the perfect time to avoid the attack.
There it is again. Scroy just reading the distances really, really well. That mine is in a really risky spot. You can tell they want the sidekick into it. Both players have to play really cautiously, and Scroy gets the toss that scores him the mine hit. Perfectly planned from Scroy, loads of patience as he takes, what is this, game 2?
This is game 1.
Game 1.
Yes, it was a very long game.
Scroy coming out on top in game number 1. Is this best of 5 or best of 3?
It is a best of 5.
All right, so we are going to be seeing a lot more matches. Looks like Stardust is going to be choosing Vrax. Going to be trying to out-patience the man of patience himself. We're going to see how this works out.
All right, but here we go. It looks like they were both playing patiently, and the band comes out for a Thunderguard Stadium from Scroy, and it is going to be Stardust on Vrax versus Scroy on Orion, coming into this second match.
All right, we're back in it. Scroy versus Stardust.
All right, and here we go.
Whoever wins this set is going to be going on to fight Flesh Vortex in the losers finals. Going up against Moose, and you know, if Moose takes it, this is going to be Moose's first tournament win.
It will, and that will be, I can imagine he'd be incredibly happy about that one. But here we go. It looks like a slightly more aggressive play coming out from both players right now as more hits are.
And Scroy with the nice lance moves right there. That's the mark of an experienced lance player, using those recoveries in close ranges like that. And both players pretty even right now. We're going to see just how well Scroy does against this style of guns that Stardust is using today.
Ooh, it looks like he's going to land a side spear signature right onto Stardust in order and nearly take him out, but he is going to be put deep into the red there. So Scroy has a bit of an advantage if he can land a signature right here in just a moment. He should be able to take this first life with no problem.
Well, we're going to see how it plays out, because Scroy doesn't really seem too phased by the way Stardust is playing. But both players are really even right now.
Ooh, he just misses the...
And he walks into the second hit. Stardust taking the first stock.
All right, but here we go. This is Scroy going to be looking for the... Oh, just barely misses that bomb throw. Stardust dodges right through it at the last second.
Well, Scroy right now on the edge, trying to get Stardust to move out of position, but Stardust is just being really patient. Lots of airborne shuffles, and he's not willing to go down against Scroy. Scroy now getting a weapon after waiting for one to spawn, so we might see a little bit more action. Scroy fishing for a signature. Stardust staying airborne for most of this.
Oh yeah, we have a lot of jumps coming out of both players as they try to get some air positioning on the other. But the recovery coming out from Scroy going to be finishing off the first stock for Stardust, and this is going to even it up. Pretty much a clean slate at 2-2.
Yep, Scroy is being very patient, very respectful of the capabilities of Vrax, putting down some nice damage. Stardust isn't able to avoid it, going blow for blow. Scroy looking pretty solid so far. You can see the patience from Scroy is really starting to get to Stardust. He's getting punished for a lot of side airs on the lance, but now he's got guns. He's being creating the wall of side airs that gun players are so well loved for. Oh, but there we go.
I don't know if loved is
Punished
the
out.
right word.
Scroy knows just how useful that forward signature from Orion is for punishing those continued side airs from gun players, and even from other weapons as well.
All right, it looks like this is going to be 2-1 in Scroy's favor, and Stardust is going to have to think of something fast in order to bring this one back.
Well, and the trick here is that Scroy really just needs to find damage on this stock. He goes for a risky recovery, is able to keep putting down damage on Stardust. You can see the more side airs that Stardust is doing, that's typically what you see from people on Lance who are feeling frustrated. He gets a signature, but Scroy manages to get back, gets hit by a weapon though. He does barely recover from this.
That was a very near miss coming out from Stardust with that side signature. I thought for sure that was going to be it for Scroy right there.
Well, Scroy once again just playing patiently, getting in these slow but steady punishes with Lance side airs.
Ooh, that looked like a ledge cancel spin move right there. If that hit, that would have been really nice.
The instant ground pound.
The instant ground pound, just add water.
All right,
well,
but
now both players are going to be playing a little carefully. Looks like Dust knows that he is not in the best of positions right now. And
Scroy almost catches him out. But
indeed,
just not quite the distance he needs. But there's the side air. Scroy taking it in game 2 with a clean one-stock lead at the end, making the score 2-0 for Scroy against Stardust.
All right, and that is going to put them into game 3. I believe this is 2-0 Scroy currently in this matchup. So Stardust is going to have to play his heart out if he's going to finish this up to come back. But if Scroy can take this last match, that is going to be it for Stardust.
Well, we're going to see, Scroy, he's been, a Brawlhalla player for so long that if there is a playstyle that exists, he has played against it before and figured out how to deal with it. And really seems like that's coming through for him today. The level of experience that he's got has put him up 2-0 in the set. So we're going to see if Stardust is going to be able to adapt to deal with Scroy, or if Scroy is going to be able to sweep it in a 3-0.
Well, we'll find out here in just a moment, as soon as both players go back into the banning phase. Looks like Stardust is going to be probably playing Lord Vrax again, and Scroy will be on Orion. And it looks like the ban is going to be on to Thunderguard Stadium again. Stardust. Very sad that he can't get his map, so he is going to settle for Blackguard Keep.
Blackguard Keep again, and this was the same thing, like that last stock that Stardust lost. Lost it because he had positioned himself over there on the right side of the map on the platforms where you could get knocked out by things that really shouldn't knock you out, because those soft platforms, it makes you think the map is bigger than it is, and it's not the first time we've seen a knockout occur like that. Once again, Stardust just creating a barrage of gun attacks at good spacing, but Scroy just knowing how to get in with his signatures. Waiting for the timing and the small gaps in between attacks. Getting caught out here and there as both players are going blow for blow, but nice recovery from Scroy. Even the map control comes out as Scroy does manage to neatly pick up the weapon.
Oh! Just nearly finishes off.
Oh, and the side air again. Stardust on that right platform, too close to the edge. Scroy finishes it out, taking a quick first stock in under a minute.
All right, but here we go. It looks like Scroy is going to be playing very defensively with that spear, defending the area around that weapon. Unfortunately, he isn't going to be able to prevent Stardust from grabbing that lance, and we're going to see if Stardust can do anything with it to turn this game around, but Scroy is really dictating the battle so far.
Yeah, we got a moment of patience as Scroy tries to punish, going signature for signature. Gets the nice downlight spear combo. Stardust taking a lot of damage. Scroy just trying to respect the distance. Being a Lance player himself, he knows exactly just how far away he has to be. Stardust is searching for damage, finally finds a good hit off a downlight.
Here we go. It looks like Scroy is playing incredibly aggressive. A huge change from the last couple matches. I think he knows his position in this best of 5 right now. And
there's that side air punish again from Scroy, and Stardust now searching for his own air side lights with the guns, creating that unpenetrable wall. We'll see if Scroy can find the opening again.
And here we go. It looks like Stardust is going to be playing very defensive with the guns right now. Just trying to edge guard with that down signature from the guns, but is not going to land a single one as Scroy can make it across the map to grab a lance.
Oh, the side air almost knocks out Scroy. Any good hit from Flesh is going to finish him out. Scroy just missing the item as the platform moves him way too high across the map to be able to pick that up.
All right, but here we go. It looks like Stardust is going to be the one defending the weapons now, almost getting hit by the bomb, but not quite.
Nice response from Scroy. Once he got in, he found the angle. Stardust hits him with the side air, however. Scroy, if he can get a knockout here, that's going to be a huge advantage for him. Oh, he almost lands it, and Stardust responds with the signature, making it 2-2.
However, Stardust is in deep red. He can get killed by most anything, especially a bomb if he gets to... Ooh, that was very close. But here we go, and that is going to be the finisher from Scroy, and with the side signature right there onto... I keep wanting to say Flesh Vortex, but I know it's Stardust. All right, looks like Stardust is going to be trying to re-pick up those weapons to no avail. And Scroy is just going to pogo stick right off of him and prevent him from getting any sort of weapon.
Yeah, Scroy right now just trying to stick to him.
All right, but oh, we have the...
nice recovery from Stardust. Is he going to be able to...
It may not be enough. Stardust is taking a huge amount of damage, and there it is. That is the finisher right there. Scroy takes the series 3-0.
3-0 against Stardust in the losers finals. Excellent play from Scroy, showing that the style of play coming out from Stardust is not impenetrable as he moves on and Stardust goes home.
All right, well, he is going to be moving on to the next round against Flex Vortex. And then the winner of this next game is going to be going up against Moose in the grand final.
Well, it is going to be Scroy versus Flesh Vortex next. And we are going to be having these guys get ready to go.
All right, we have Flesh in the lobby.
Flesh Vortex getting knocked down from winner's bracket earlier in his match against Moose. Whoever wins this match is going to be going to grand finals. And remember, with grand finals, whoever comes up from the loser's bracket is going to have to take a double set of best of fives in order to take the grand finals. Whoever wins this will be going up to second place. Whoever loses will be taking the third place bragging rights home.
And as well as some fancy skins, if I remember correctly. I think that is the prize pool for this tournament, is some fancy schmancy skins. We are just trying to get Flesh Vortex here in the game so that we can get this grand losers final, not the grand final, but the losers final going on right now. Flesh Vortex versus Scroy right here. We should be expecting Scroy to pull out Orion again, with Flesh Vortex maybe pulling out Vrax as well, because he was favoring that a bit earlier.
Yeah,
but,
it is.
You know, Scroy just played against Stardust, who is playing Vrax. He might be prepared for Flesh Vortex to pull out the same thing.
Yeah, we're going to see. I mean, you know, clearly Scroy proved that he's not afraid of the Vrax matchups, so... You know, Flesh Vortex, he's been playing Vrax all day. I don't really expect another... I don't really expect another type of issue with Scroy facing up against him. I don't really expect another character select from Flesh Vortex, but we are going to see just what happens because, you know, Flesh, he has probably been working harder than anybody I know recently. He has been doing everything that he can to improve his game. So, you know, and even now him joining in the newly formed clan by Scroy himself, we'll see just what happens when these two guys match up.
All right, but I think the stage striking should be coming in just a moment. And the first match should be underway in momentarily. Scroy starting off the striking with a Thunderguard Stadium ban. And here we go. We should be seeing a lot of Lance play from both players. However, I'm more excited to see Scroy with his aggressive style of using a spear, because the last game in that last match, Scroy really decided to go all out with the spear, and it was very entertaining to watch. So I can't wait to see that if that happens again. But it looks like we will be on King's Pass in this first matchup between Flesh, Vortex, and Scroy. We just have to wait for Flesh to select his character, and we should be on in a couple moments.
Should be good.
Should be good.
I mean, I really enjoy seeing Scroy on Orion. It's just, you know, Orion's such a great character to watch, and I think Scroy plays him incredibly well. But what Flesh Vortex has been showing us that he's capable of on Lord Vrax today has been downright impressive. And here we go. We're on King's Pass for the losers bracket finals. Whoever wins this will be going up to automatic second place and facing off against Moose in the grand finals.
All right, but here we go. We have Scroy with the pulling out a lance to start out with. We have Flesh Vortex picking up the guns, and he is going to be trying to build up some damage with some of those down airs right there, but not really connecting with one of them. And it looks like Scroy is going to land that side signature with the lance.
Scroy is probably one of the only people I've seen who's able to use that as effectively as we've seen today, and it's got to be definitely catching a lot of these players off guard.
Oh yeah, that is not something you usually see out of Orion. It's a slower signature, and however, it does deal a good bit of damage. So
yeah, that it does. Right now, both players really close together. Flesh starting to look for those down signatures now that he's got Scroy in knockout range. But you know,
ooh, Scroy nearly finishes off Flesh Vortex with that spear side signature.
You know, and Scroy having such a constant awareness of the spacing in the game, you know, I'm going to argue that he might not get hit by a down signature all game.
It might be possible, although I think Flesh Vortex will... I think he'll land at least one. He's been pretty consistent with him so far, and it all depends on whether or not he tries to use them preemptively.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We will see what happens as Scroy is searching for a weapon. He finds the spear. We saw him get a lot of punishes with this in his matchup against Stardust. Flesh Vortex, however, keeping the health levels pretty even. He does find the down signature on a great punish against Scroy, proving me wrong. Flesh takes it now 3-2.
See, I told you. He has been pretty spot on with most of those. As long as he doesn't use it preemptively, he should be able to land one. However, Scroy does have Flesh Vortex in a good spot where he should be able to finish him off with just a side air or anything, as he has him in deep red health. So we should see this equalized in just a moment, I assume. Both of these players are very good to know about.
And Scroy trying to find the knockout there with the ground pound, but he gets it off of a side air around the corner. Very signature Scroy move from Scroy. And now it is 2-2. Flesh Vortex just being defensive till he can find a weapon. And there comes the signatures coming out again. Scroy trying to respect the space, dodging around both on him. Gets a hit, but doesn't get the damage he needs just yet as he's still behind this stock.
All right, but here we go. Looks like Scroy is going to be trying to make use of that center gap against...
Whoa, lots of damage from Flesh all of a sudden off of those multiple down airs. You know, it's these little bursts of aggression that really make the difference when you're in these long, drawn-out matches like this, where both players are just being so patient. Flesh, once again, edge guarding with the down signature, chasing after Scroy, not letting him get away. Scroy's in a sticky spot here. Holdup does manage to uppercut it. Another down light from Flesh, using those excellently.
Flesh Vortex is just playing very carefully, landing a lot of these attacks, and putting Scroy in a very difficult position. He's making it very hard for him to recover and get onto the map, but he is going to, get taken out by this side air from Flesh Vortex. That lands side air, just very punishing if it catches.
You know, I think it's something where Flesh is just realizing that he has to stick to Scroy in a lot of these scenarios, and he's been doing a really good job of staying on top of him, and it just looks and feels different from previous matches.
Yeah, but in a similar scenario right now, Scroy does have Flesh Vortex in a deep red health situation. If he can get a solid hit, he can equalize this.
Yes, he can, and there he does. Immediately off the recovery, Caster's Curse striking again. This is game 1, right? Is this game 2?
Yes, this is game 1. This is game 1.
Game 1, best of 5, losers finals, and Scroy has managed to even it up again. And I'm just wondering if Scroy is having a little bit more difficulty in this matchup because of being on King's Pass, where it's a lot more heavy on the air game than what he would prefer.
It is possible. However, it looks like both players are taking use of the lance right now. Scroy really looking to build up some damage. Both players are building even damage on each other.
Blow for blow right now. Both players in orange. Flesh just barely dodging the Mind Toss.
Quite literally, the damage is even because both characters have 4 strength. So as long as they hit each other with similar lance
barely
attacks,
dodging through that mine, or bomb rather. Scroy picking up a weapon around the edge. He wants to get those side air hits on the edge, but Flesh is not willing to put himself in that position. Being very cautious right now.
Looks like Scroy's trying to bait Flesh Vortex into
but
getting
the
close, and that's going to be it.
That's going to finish it with Flesh Vortex taking game number 1 against Scroy.
All right, and there it goes. It's going to be going on into game 2 with Flesh Vortex being 1-0 against Scroy here. And we should be having the second match come out in just a moment. Ooh, I'm going to have to take a nap after this.
Really patient play from both players. Flesh Vortex saying GG tough as expected. And Scroy certainly is no joke. There's no such thing as an easy win against Scroy. You know, I gotta say that.
All right, well, here we go. We have the second match coming out right now. They're going to Mammoth Fortress. It will be another Orion versus Vrax matchup.
This will be game 2. Flesh Vortex up by 1 game. We'll see if Scroy can turn it around, as we've got both players on the same characters, but we're going to be having a slightly different change of venue. Going back to Mammoth Fortress, where we have seen Scroy perform well all day. We'll see if he can't pull out some incredible action here against Flesh Vortex.
All right, but here it goes. We have the match starting right now. Some gadgets coming out, throws coming from each player. As it looks like Scroy searches for the Crocky, but he is not able to get it, as Flesh Vortex just plays a very map-controlling game where he just sits and makes sure that Scroy can't get to any of his gear.
Oh, here we go. Scroy prioritizing getting a weapon over the safety, but throws it away immediately. Pretty big mistake from Scroy right there, as Flesh Vortex resumes control of the map, going down around the side to get a hit. Saying, you know what, I'm not going to let you hang out down there. I am planning to be aggressive.
And here we go. Looks like, they both look for the combo starter into Nair, but they both miss. Oh, but he does grab Scroy with the neutral signature. That move being very punishing. There's a huge amount of damage to whoever it catches.
Scroy right now needs to recover from this, get some good damage off the neutral, but it hits by 1 in kind, and Flesh Vortex moves forward with the signature to knock Scroy out, making it 3-2.
All right, and here we go. This is, right now it's in Flesh Vortex's favor. If he can keep this up, he may be able to take Scroy out of this tournament. Ooh, he lands the down signature. I wonder if you can land a down signature into a down signature if they're in white. It looked like they should be able to do it.
All right, well, Flesh Vortex right now has a pretty nice lead. And he's just trying to build up some more damage against Scroy and finds a little bit off the neutral there. Flesh being so patient right now. And Scroyan lands a nice neutral or down signature. Starting to remember which moves are which. Flesh going for the down sig, but Scroyan knocks him straight out of it immediately. We got some multiple weapon tossing going on. Flesh staying really floaty, but gets side-aired for his troubles. Can Scroyan get a knockout off of this? He almost hits
just
it.
Misses.
Flesh with the up dodge, just getting out of range, and now
wow.
Scroyan is just suddenly in red.
The huge damage build-up from Vrax's guns right there on the edge of the map. But no, it looks like the side air is not going to finish him off. Very close match coming up between the two of these players, and Scroyan really needs to finish off right here to get the equalizer. But if Flesh can manage to pull this off.
Oh, and Scroyan jumps right into it. Flesh charging it patiently, and this is 3-1. This is looking really good for Flesh Vortex right now.
Oh yeah, this might put him in a very good position to rematch against Moose in the grand finals. But then again, that requires him to take out Scroyan in the first place, and Scroyan is a top-tier veteran player who could bring this all the way back. It is, you never know.
Well, Flesh Vortex is got to be feeling pretty good about the advantage that he's built up so far. You know, I was talking to him yesterday, and he, and actually this morning, he actually wasn't sure if he was going to play today because he competed in yesterday's tournament and got knocked out pretty early. And so the performance that we've seen from him today is just completely unprecedented.
Oh, he just recovers back onto the stage. It was very close. I think if Scroyan actually ran into his recovery, he wouldn't have been able to get back onto the map.
Flesh Vortex right now playing patient, staying grounded as we've seen from him today. Nice down air again. He's been building a lot of damage with those. Scroyan right now does respond with a nice punish, but the wall pushes him in a weird direction. And the side punch from Scroyan closing out that stock. There's still a chance for Scroyan to turn this around.
That was a very unusual occurrence, I guess. It happens every once in a while, but it's always unusual to see because you don't ever expect that reversal of
lots of aggression from Scroyan right now, but here we go. Flesh has a weapon. Scroyan may not be able to deal with this.
Oh,
he gets
no!
hit by the down signature. Scroyan goes flying, and Flesh takes game number 2.
All right. That's all Flesh needs is one more to get into the grand finals and face off again against Moose.
Man, Flesh Vortex just playing the games of his life today to get back into the winner's bracket.
All right, but here we go. We should see the third match underway in just a moment after we have the bands and the picks and bands coming out. And then here we go, and then we'll be on to the not the last. I keep thinking it's a best of 3. The game 3 in this series between Scroyan and Flesh Vortex, both representing the Omni crew. And Zaholapale is not incorrect. I need to get some sleep.
You need to get some sleep, maybe
I didn't get very
hydrate.
much last night.
Sleep and hydrate.
Very late night playing cards, drinking beer, and watching Star Trek The Next Generation with some friends until about 4 in the morning. Really game.
I have no sympathy for you right now. All right, so we're back at Mammoth Fortress, Scroyan versus Flesh Vortex here at the Losers Bracket Finals to see who's going to be going on to the Grand Finals, who is going to be going home. Flesh is up 2-0 right now, as Scroyan is trying to figure out how to deal with this player who just wants his daggone tournament win.
Yeah, he's looking for his first one I think he's ever had, but or he will ever have, but
you know, and Flesh right now looking really confident on guns. Earlier today he was playing mainly just the Lances, but it's almost like he was watching the match that Sir Pots and Pans played and has just adapted his playstyle just a little bit to bring in some of that aggression.
It looks like Scroy is going to bring out a lot more aggression as well, and he's really trying to get in Flash Vortex's face and get a lot of damage off to try to respond to some of this gun aggression that he's receiving. And there we see a second Orion Lance signature landing. Oh, and a third.
Scroy just finding them all day. I have no idea how he's creating the gaps for these.
But he does manage to make it up through that down signature hit.
Intense. Flesh landing a signature side off the gun. Scroy with the ground pound, though. Can he finish off of this? Flesh does manage to make it back up, however. Oh, just knocking Scroy out of that dive kick. What are these hitboxes?
It looked like he was above his head, but he managed to get hit by that side light attack.
I guess that's the thing.
I had no idea.
Never seen that before. But hey, this is why I cast tournaments, so I can take all this tech and, use it against people. Scroy with a nice side air, making some space. Not enough to knock out Flesh Vortex yet, but the side air punish for the signature trouble. Scroy going for the obvious edge guard, and Flesh responds nicely. Oh, but the ground pound! Scroy waiting for the dodge before he delivered the beatdown.
And that is going to be the first stock going to Scroy right there to put him in the lead. Now, what he's going to be looking for is looking to build up a little bit of damage while he's in the red health so that he can try to get this advantage and reverse the series in favor of him. But we see right now, Scroy is building up a huge amount of damage onto Flesh Vortex, putting him in the red, but that is not going to be enough. The side air from Flesh Vortex is going to finish off Scroy and put him into his second stock.
Flesh Vortex now a little bit behind. He is patiently edge guarding as he does, trying to stay out of range of Scroyan's attacks, but, Scroyan, he does prefer the edge. Oh, we go signature for signature now. Scroyan really trying to land those. Flesh now in red. One good hit should end it out. Scroyan isn't able to dodge away. It's just,
it looks like
these lance battles. Whew.
Yeah, it looks like Flesh is trying to give himself a little bit more air room. Like he was playing a more grounded game in the past, but now he's jumping a tad more because I think he's expecting some of these signatures to come out from Scroyan. And
yeah, I think Scroyan might be overusing these signatures a little bit too much. There's no more surprise element. He hasn't really used much of others' options.
Oh, there's the throw! That's the whip reversal right there coming out of Flesh Vortex.
Beautiful punish for that ground pound.
Wow.
Really observant reactionary from Flesh to get that off.
That turns this game around in favor of Flesh Vortex, and if Flesh wins this, then he takes the series and goes back against Moose.
Oh man, Flesh Vortex now up 2-1. If he wins this, it's going to be a sweep. So Scroyan sweeps Stardust, and Flesh will sweep Scroyan if this happens.
That sounds like a tongue twister.
Oh, Scroyan trying to time the punish just right, but just can't do it. Oh, but gets the knockout off the delayed recovery, just sticking to him close. Flesh trying to get away, but can't give it up.
Scroyan's only in light yellow, so this is a very even match now. It's been brought back to very close proportions, and it could be anyone's game at this point.
Oh man, Flesh Vortex right now trying to play the game of his life against Scroyan. Scroyan, meanwhile, trying to come back and get a game off of him. I mean, he really needs to mount a comeback. These games have been so close. Scroyan's been such a long-time contender of these tournaments. It's not unprecedented that he would be able to pull this off, but it is going to be an uphill battle. Even if he's able to take it from here, he's putting down good damage on the Flesh, searching for that side signature, gets the neutral instead. That does it. Scroyan takes game number 3, getting his first victory against Flesh Vortex in this best-of-5 losers finals of excellence and fantastic nonsense.
Well, while Flesh Vortex still needs one more game to win, this could be Scroyan's beginning of a turnaround in this series, and you never know. Every one of these matches is an independent match, and even though Flesh Vortex has taken the first 2 games, Scroy could go 3-0 in these last few and just turn it around and take it to go into the grand finals. So We will find out soon, hopefully, but this could be a very close match between the two players.
We'll see what happens. I mean, Scroy has definitely been in a huge variety tournament situations. You know, Flesh Vortex a little bit newer to the tournament and competitive scene. And we'll see if Scroy can just, you know, hold down his resolve, or if Flesh Vortex's desire for the win is going to bring him to victory. We're back on Mammoth Fortress again. Both players seeming to prefer this stage. And we'll see what happens as game number 4 begins.
Is it beginning right now? I can't say anything.
Well,
my lobby might be bugged. Oh, yep, I just got kicked out.
No, Frone, I hope you can return. For now, we're seeing Flesh Vortex putting down some good damage right now. Lots of aggression from the guns, punishing Scroyan's dodge through attempt with the Vrax neutral. Meanwhile, Scroyan hasn't even landed a hit yet. There we go, there's the first one. Great damage off the down air. Scroyan patiently waiting to punish, but gets punished back for his troubles. Flesh right now just controlling the pace of this so far. Looking really solid on guns. Scroyan gets the nice ground pound, however, and the uppercut afterwards. Really good reactions from Scroyan, but Flesh lands the first knockout with the gun signature, making it 3-2. Scroyan is already down with the first stock happening in under a minute. Lots of aggression from these two players.
I was able to reconnect just in time to see that finisher. But here we go. It looks like Flesh Vortex is going to be in orange. So Scroyan is going to be taking the mine hit in order to dodge the gun throw.
Flesh Vortex right now looking pretty solid. Scroyan isn't able to hit him as Flesh is playing very floaty to stay safe. Looks like he is preferring the lance, though. Maybe we'll see a down signature.
Looks like Flesh Vortex is playing a very tough map control game where he's just preventing Scroyan from getting anywhere close to the map.
Brutal signature right now. Flesh really putting that map control skill to good use. Oh, nice down light, guarding the edge every way Scroyan's trying to get up. It doesn't matter. He gets hit by the neutral.
Oh, it just looks like Flesh Vortex has complete command over this game. He's already got Scroyan in the red, and that is going to be the
3-1
second
now.
stop. Holy moly! This is spelling certain trouble for Scroy right now. It is perfectly possible for him to come back, but it will be incredibly difficult for him to do so because he has to essentially 3-0 Flesh Vortex at this point.
And Scroyan, really, he's going to have to mount a reverse 3-stock, but Flesh right now being so cautious with the way that he's playing guns. Scroyan is just completely spaced out. And I am not sure if he can do anything about it. He does get the knockout, though.
Very fortunate for Scroyan because he needed that knockout. I mean, one way or another, he needed any knockout, and now he's going to have to look for another one, but he's already approaching red health. It's going to be very difficult for him to come back, as Flesh Vortex can pretty much land most of his moves, especially if he managed to pick up a lance. He can just try to use that down signature to finish him off, but we'll see if he can do it. Or if
right
Scroy
now
does manage to make a huge comeback.
I mean, it isn't impossible. This is Brawlhalla. We have seen stranger things as Scroy gets a nice recovery. Flesh, however, responding with the side air, searching for a signature, knows he just needs to land the one to knock Scroyan out. Scroyan now with his own. He's trying to pressure Flesh off the map.
And he's looking for some kind of attack to come in. That's side signature. That's a 2-stock coming up from Scroyan right now. This could potentially be a turnaround. He is in red health, but as long as he keeps avoiding a lot of Flesh Vortex's hits, he has a full chance to bring this back.
Flesh Vortex trying to search for the down sig. Scroyan,
anything, but
really risky position. But this isn't impossible for Scroyan. He just needs 2 or 3 more hits. There we go. Flesh committed. There's the damage he needed.
Build up. Oh, the huge damage build up from Scroyan. Oh no, he gets thrown off the map. Can Flesh Vortex finish him off? He misses the ground pound. It looks like we're gonna have a few throws and ground pounds coming out on the side of the map, but
all this patience right now. Scroyan has somehow managed to make this pretty equal as he gets back to safety. Nice side air from Scroyan. Oh, Scroyan not going for the double recovery. Flesh searching for something.
Oh, and it just gets tipped by the Flesh Vortex's side signature. That is going to do it for Scroy, and unfortunately almost pulling out that reversal comeback here on the map. That was so close.
Whew. Flesh taking it in game number 4 over Scroy with a very intense last stock. And Scroy graciously congratulating Flesh Vortex, as Flesh Vortex is going to be moving back up to the grand finals to play against Moose in the ESL Brawlhalla Community Cup number 5, featuring some of the most incrediedy Brawlhalla play to date.
The way you said that made me really think that instead of actually playing like JV4 Moose, it sounded, because Moose is also the plural for Moose. It sounded like you were like Flesh Vortex was going to fight like a horde of moose.
Well, yeah, that is the real question: is would you rather fight one moose-sized Scroyan or 100 Scroyan-sized moose? I don't know. But right now, we aren't going to have to worry about anyone fighting any kind of Scroyan because he's been knocked out. Flesh Vortex and Moose are squaring off here in the grand finals of the Community Cup. We've had some excellent Brawlhalla today. We've had some excellent events. We've had some hunger pains. We've had some lack of sleeping capabilities. And additionally, we have finally now made it to the grand finals, where Flesh Vortex is going to have to square off against Moose again. Moose knocking Flesh Vortex down to the losers bracket in their first matchup against one another. So you got to imagine that Moose is feeling pretty okay about this.
Well, Flesh is looking for his revenge. He wants to come back, and if he takes on Moose, then they have to do it all over again. But that's just, I guess that's just the price that Flesh Vortex has to pay in order to try to win this tournament.
Well, Flesh Vortex, like I said, he's been working incredibly hard lately. You know, he's been doing a lot of training matches. He's been really trying to analyze his play. Talked to him a number of times about the stuff that he's been doing to try and improve at this game. And I would not put it past him to see if he can do this. I mean, Moose definitely understands the way Flesh Vortex was playing a couple of hours ago, but it's one of those things in tournaments you can totally see just how much people adapt and improve, even just in the matter of a couple of hours.
Oh yeah, and it looks like both players are going to finish up their map bans, and Moose is going to be jumping onto his main pick of Bodvar, and Flesh onto Lord Vrax. So here we go on to Blackguard Keep in just a moment. The first match of the grand finals. Finals.
Here we go, everybody. We are back at it. Both players staying on their expected mains. We are at Blackguard Keep. It is Flesh Vortex versus Moose. Vrax versus Bodvar in the grand finals of the ESL Community Cup number 5 here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon.
Oh yeah. Just in time for dinner, I'm sure, once we're done. More talking food. Anyway, here we go. It looks like Moose is going to find a hammer, in as well as Flesh Vortex finding his lance, what I assume is his preferred weapon at this point. But Moose really still used to the ranging on the lance at the moment, and
Flesh Vortex coming out super aggressive, landing the first knockout off a recovery on the lance, and this is not the same Flesh Vortex we saw at the beginning of today. This is nuts.
No, I think he took some of his momentum from the past few games and really brought it into this matchup right now.
Well, that's true. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see him take this first game just on momentum, but he has to win 2 best-of-5s against Moose in order to make this happen. And as we've seen in the past, Moose is able to adapt pretty well. He gets those hard reads off the dodges. You know, it's a problem that Flesh Vortex is not immune to. And this is not going to be an easy battle by any means.
Oh no, but Moose is going to try to find his entry here with the sword, it looks like. And he does have Flesh Vortex in the red, so if you can just get something strong in here, he can finish him off pretty quickly. But then again, he himself is in the red as well, and either way, one player, all they need to do is land a strong hit like that. And there it is,
just
the
like
side
that.
signature from Moose coming out to finish off Flesh Vortex's first stock. He really needs to play this stock carefully, unfortunately, because he is in the red already.
You know, and that is one of the things about Vrax is he does take on the damage pretty steadily. And Moose, you know, he's shown us just how patiently he can play, how cautious he is against Flesh Vortex's type of style. So, oh, but he dodges into the signature right there. Big mistake from Moose that's going to cost him his life.
Yep, and that's going to put it 2-1 in favor of Flesh Vortex. And it's going to be an assumedly hard time for Moose to bring this back at this point. The full life advantage is hard to come back from, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. We've seen Moose take Flesh Vortex down already once, so it's safe to say that he can do it again. There it is. He read the dodge perfectly.
Yeah, Moose with those bear claw punishes. He's been busting those out all day. It's so core to his playstyle, and you know sometimes he's expecting you to dodge and it whiffs, but other times he is just hanging out, waiting for that dodge and reacting to it incredibly well. Oh
yeah. But here we go. Looks like he's going to get the scoop. Both players are 1-1 currently. The even life pool, and they're going to be playing a little bit carefully, it seems. Oh, but he is going to land the catch, and the whip from Flesh Vortex is going to finish off the first game.
The whiplash from Flesh Vortex sending Moose off the edge of the stage. Flesh Vortex takes game number 1 here in the grand finals. And we're going to be on to game 2 shortly. So what did you think about that first match, Froned? What did you see?
I saw Moose having trouble against Flesh Vortex. It was like his momentum from the past few games of just taking down Scroy and wasn't Stardust, was it? He played Stardust? No, Flesh Vortex did not play Stardust. He played Magma Bob.
Yeah, that's correct, I believe.
And his momentum coming from those past few games is
3, 2,
it seems like it's just carrying him through, and he's got a lot of his moves on lock right now.
It is pretty good seeing Moose, though, with some early damage. He's got a sword. We didn't see too much sword play from Moose last match. It seemed like he mostly ended up with hammers. Flesh Vortex being pretty patient, but Moose, you know, he's got a very aggressive style of sword play, and he's got a lot of good angles around the signatures of Vrax's lance, so man, the aggression
He's really finding his entry points right now. He's able to get in, deal a lot of damage, and kind of get out for the time being, but it looks like, oh, he almost lands the bear sig.
And I was expecting a scoop right there, but he opted for another choice. Flesh now on the back foot, coming around down the middle.
Oh, and Flesh trying to just escape. He knows he's in deep red, and he's in deep trouble at the same time, and he just can't figure out a way to get away from Moose right now.
Moose even throwing the Valkyrie horn. And there's the side air to get him the first knockout. Moose taking a 3-2, an exact reflection opposite of the first game.
Oh yeah, Moose only in yellow health right now. He is in a great position to turn this around.
Moose getting knocked out of his signature follow-up. He was hoping for a dodge there, but Flesh didn't fall for the bait, although that's a nice signature from Moose. Really interesting to see him add that to his repertoire throughout today. He's been able to find those here and there, and there's the whiplash, though, from Flesh Vortex.
Those two moves I just realized are very similar, that whiplash and the little Bodvar down signature with the hammer. They both are two reversal throws that come out from each other.
Oh, but Moose!
There's the bear read again.
That dodge read, expecting it. You know, putting himself in that perfect position for those, and Moose is now up 3-1.
You got it correct. This is a reverse game from the one that happened last round, but that is Flesh Vortex going to be taking that first stock off of Moose. Unfortunately, he still has to take 2 more off. He has to do that 3 stock in order to get Flesh Vortex here in order to take the second game.
And Moose making really good decisions right now with the sword to put down that damage. He gets picked up by the whip again. It's not enough to knock him out. He's got such a huge life lead right now. I mean, Flesh would have to play this stock perfectly in order for it to count.
Ooh, and Moose almost landed the bear sig again.
Moose Vortex right now looking really solid. He's putting down some light damage just where he can put it in.
That's something I'm kind of surprised about. Is this map, the way the center platform, the center ground is it really allows for players to utilize slide charges there against the lower platform. So I'm surprised that neither player has really taken advantage of like a Vore down signature hammer slide charge to throw into the wall or something along those lines.
Yeah, it's one of those techniques that, while hype as heck, you don't really see people throw off very often. Moose goes around the signature to punish it with a side air. A little bit of play down the Valley of Death as Flesh gets a nice hit. Can he find the recovery off of this? Moose does manage to reset the position. Flesh all the way down in orange now. Oh, nice side air from Moose. Oh, and
with
the down
air.
light. Woo.
That is gonna finish off that match, putting it at 1-1 between the two players, Moose and Flesh Vortex. That is gonna even up this series, and this is gonna be a good series, I think, between the two of them. This is gonna be close.
You know, a lot of people in chat right now saying that what we absolutely need in Brawlhalla is a moose-themed Bodvar skin that would change the particles of the bear claw to an angry moose totally destroying you with horns.
You know, it could just be a bear with horn, like moose horns. That would work as well. Ugh.
Oh, man. All right, well, we are directly back in it. This is Game 3. It's 1-1 here in the Grand Finals. Moose versus Flesh Vortex. Bodvar versus Rax. We are on Mammoth Fortress. Whoever wins this match is going to be up one game, taking it 2-1 in a best-of-5. And here we go. Moose starting off with some map control, and Flesh doing the airborne shuffle.
All right, and both players trying to look for those that entry damage into the match, and it looks like Moose is going to start it off with a couple hits here and there. That hammer dealing a really good amount of damage against Vrax with only 4 defense, but oh, he is going to get caught out with that side signature trying to use his own bear sig, and looks like now that Flesh Vortex has some guns, he's going to just play that spacing game, do some quick attacks and build up some small damage here and there. This is going to be what he needs in order to take out Moose here in this first stock.
Yeah, Moose right now is just neatly dodging through everything. First stock's gone on for about a minute right now. Neither player in red just yet, but Flesh lands a nice signature, punishing Moose's aggression. And the delayed neutral Moose reading it just wrong.
The delayed neutral Moose?
The delayed neutral Moose reading it just wrong. I didn't know that Moose could read, but it's interesting that they are represented here so well in this battle between Vikings and aliens.
Vikings and aliens. I remember reading about that one, I think. It was a very interesting novel.
Nice breakdance from Flesh Vortex, managing to get the hit on that. And he's created a pretty significant lead so far in this match. It's 3-2. Moose is in orange. Are we just gonna laugh every time that I say Moose now? Is that what's gonna happen?
No, there's something in the chat that I thought was really funny as I looked over for a second. I was just kind of giggling to myself. But anyway, we have the second stock of the match being taken down. That is Moose taking Flesh Vortex out with a grab.
Guys, just remember that, you know, if you want to get really technical about the Brawlhalla terms, DI in this game stands for Dangerous Interactable, which is what we call mines after they've been placed down on the ground. It is a thing. All right.
I thought it was definitely intentional because that's what happens when you step on the line.
Of course. That totally works as well. Definitely intentional, Dangerous Interactable as Flesh Vortex gets a knockout off of the gun's neutral once again, sending Moose to his doom off the top of the stage, making it 2-1. Flesh Vortex looks like he is going to be taking this game home, but Moose is not willing to give up yet. Coming in with a barrage of side airs and the bear claw. If he can close this out right here, that early lead doesn't matter from Flesh Vortex as he's already in the red. Moose lands the uppercut, tries to go in with the side air. He finds it. The weapon toss doesn't hit. Flesh Vortex just delaying it. The side air doesn't hit either. Will Moose be able to get the knockout and equalize the damage?
We'll find out here in just a moment.
Moose needs to get the hit now, or all of that amazing aggression isn't gonna matter. Flesh Vortex now feels like a moose.
It looks like, oh, there's the hit. The side air is going to take out Flesh Vortex right there, evening it up 1-1.
Ooh, risky moves from Moose, really close to that mine. I almost thought that explosion was going to hit him. Oh, and he miscalculates and moves back. Flesh Vortex gets the whiplash off of a big mistake from Moose. That's got to feel pretty painful.
Yeah, the buff to that move right there, the down sig was, you could definitely see it coming out in full force, especially right there when Moose was in orange health and Flesh Vortex just managed to turn around and throw him straight into the wall. That was just crazy.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where, you know, previously before this patch, and I think before ever, you know, I've never seen somebody use that move as effectively as Flesh Vortex has done today. You know, he's really just been biding his time and waiting for all those opportunities because he knows that it's worth the very minimal amount of risk that the move has now with how much, you know, how quickly you can recover from it. Flesh knows that, like, he can, if he gets punished for it, you know, every now and again, it's okay because the risk versus reward factor is just so good for him as Flesh starts off strong. And, you know, if Flesh wins this game, they're going to have to reset the bracket, and it's going to go to another best of 5 set.
Yeah, you stole the words right out of my mouth. I was actually about to talk about that. But here we go. It looks like both players are going to try to land some damage in on each other early on in the match. Moose already in the orange health. Flesh was putting down a huge amount of pressure on him earlier, and it looks like he's just not going to let him get close. That neutral air, just very punishing, and the neutral signature even more so as it takes out Moose right there, and that is the first stock of the game. And my screen just blacked out.
Man, well, Flesh Vortex still looking really strong right now. Moose, I don't know if he's feeling the frustration or not, but considering how well he dealt with Flesh Vortex last time, it just feels like Flesh has totally upped his level of play.
He's coming into this with a very different mindset, it seems. He's really spot on with a lot of his stuff. You can tell.
Yeah, Moose right now, I think Flesh has learned just how to dodge around Moose's playstyle. So Moose is trying to find the knockout to even this up, but Flesh being really patient and gets the whip. It kills from long range as well. Flesh getting the knockout again off the down signature, making it 3-1.
All right, and there we go. The immediate return as Moose lands the explosive hit. Although he still has to take out another stock off of Flesh Vortex. Otherwise, this is going to be the first series in the grand finals going to Flesh, and they're going to have to redo the series all over again. Fortunately for Moose, though, that means he gets another chance.
Down signature comes out again from Flesh. This is not looking very good for Moose. The way this game is going out, I'm fairly confident that we're going to be seeing a reset here.
Yeah, that is, and there it is.
There it is.
That recovery right there, just finishing off Moose and sending it into the next set of best of 5 match.
All right, guys, so the bracket resets. That's what happens when you drop down to losers, but, you know, Flesh right now, he's just seeming like he is on a roll. We're going to see if he can take this all the way or not.
And there we go. It looks like they will be getting ready for the reset. Uh-oh. I think I lost connection to the lobby again. That's not good. You're going to have to keep people updated while I try to reconnect.
All right, we are getting ready for the next portion of the matches. Just going to tell them to just play the set. Ziho can update for you guys. Oh, man. Flesh Vortex now has done the impossible run back, clawing his way back up from the loser's bracket. This would be pretty impressive if he manages to take this down. I don't think we've seen a loser's bracket run back like this since like Kreutzberg in a grand tournament 2 months ago.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
That was a very long time ago. That's the last double reset I remember.
But here we go. This is the first one in a while. Flesh Vortex can pull this out. He is on fire right now. He is on a roll. Moose is going to have to do a little bit more work than he did earlier to try to take Flush Vortex out and bring this back so he can win this tournament.
Whew. This is intense stuff, man. This is,
Oh, and it sounds like Tybo is saying that there was a tournament turnaround in the grand finals between Pots and Exo back in the day as well.
I can believe that. I think there is a... You know, this is the portion of the tournament where you get to it and you realize just how long these guys have been playing. You know, the tournament started about a good 4.5 hours ago.
Oh, yeah.
And it has been a solid afternoon of just people trying their damnedest at Brawlhalla.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It is, you know, at this point it's physical. I can imagine somebody's got blisters, somebody's got sweat pouring down their face. You know, especially you got to imagine that Moose is feeling the pressure right now that everything's been reset and he lost his opportunity to close it out quickly. We are at a clean best of 5. This is the grand finals. After the bracket reset, Flesh Vortex versus Moose, ESL Community Cup number 5.
And here we go, the first match of the last series in this tournament between Flesh Vortex and Moose. This is the third one that they'll have played.
Ooh, nice patience from Moose right there to get some good damage early on.
For some reason, I just imagined that as in the same casting or commentating sense as a golf commentator. And there he is. He's lining up the hits very well. Oh, there it is.
He's leaning on the side, checking his blinds, reading the shadows.
And oh, we have a nice side air coming out from Moose. And an amazing follow-up onto Flesh Vortex from Moose as well.
Very
to
nice,
put him into the red.
Very nice moves from both players as Flesh lands a delightful signature in an unprecedented fashion. Moose now falling to a barrage of neutral airs, but finds a signature that all of us will constantly remember until the next one. Yeah, let's not do that anymore. Flesh Vortex now. He is down a stock, but he gets the whip, and Flesh Vortex back to his true form, making it even 2-2. Moose coming out strong early on in that first stock, but back to even pretty much. That mine is in a really awkward position, but
no, it's gone now. But here we go. Looks like both players have their weapons. Flesh Vortex has his lance, and Moose has the hammer. He's you can see right there, he was looking for that bear sig, but
yeah, Moose,
whether or not he can find it is going to be the whether or not he can connect it is going to be the bigger question.
Moose really needs people to dodge or move into him, and Flesh Vortex is just poking out his signature attempts really well. Moose really needs to force Flesh into a position for a hard dodge, otherwise, you know, he's not getting the normal random signatures that really help him out. In other situations.
Or at least the way they did earlier in their first matchup.
Yeah, for certain. I think Flesh definitely got used to that, and maybe had to start respecting the signature movement a bit much because of the neutral spear on Orion that Scroy was using so effectively. But you know, right now this is looking pretty even. Moose, you know, maybe he had a few moments to think about what he had to do differently in order to pull out a win. We'll see.
Yeah, we definitely will, but it looks like both players are approaching red health here, and the whip is going to be caught by Flesh Vortex, and that is going to put Moose into one stock remaining. Moose is going to have to find this kill right here so he can even the game up. Oh, and there it is.
There it is, even up.
Really coming out strong. All right. Here we go. It's an even matchup now between the two. We have guns and hammers going against each other, but a quick switch up by Moose is going to be going onto the sword. This should be a favorable matchup in terms for Moose, I'd imagine, as the sword is
definitely a good weapon, I think, against both guns and lance. You know, the sword's got some really strong underspacing tools, but Moose, you know, like we said earlier, he doesn't really seem like he's a fan of using the down light on the sword, And he's missed a lot of opportunities today to really get that big damage that hit confirm gives you.
But here we go. It looks like Moose is going to be landing a lot of damage on a Flesh Vortex right now, getting him almost into red. This might be exactly what Moose needs to finish off this game and put it into game 3.
And Flesh Vortex trying to go around the side, but he
he is not
barely
able to
misses
recover.
it.
Oh man, you hate to see that kind of thing happen.
Whew. Well, the pressure from Moose, you know, Flesh he didn't attack for almost 30 or 40 seconds there as Moose just chased him around the map, and in the end, Flesh, you know, trying to go underneath to stay safe and avoid the valley, ended up running out of movement options and fell to his doom.
Yep, but that is going to even up the series in this final grand tournament between Moose and Flesh Vortex, and this is going to be the next map coming up on Blackguard Keep. And both players have their characters selected, and we should get this next match started in just a moment.
And we are here at Blackguard Keep. Moose taking the first game in this best-of-5 set.
I think that was the second one, because Flesh Vortex took the first.
Well, yeah, this is the second best-of-5. This is game number 2 of the second best-of-5. Am I right?
I thought you said I thought you said he took the first win in this best-of-5. Okay, anyway, never.
Anyway, so it is now 1-0 with Moose up, and whoever wins this best-of-5 set is gonna be titled the winner of this Community Cup, along with I think there's some swag from ESL. I'm not entirely certain about that. Ask the Holy Pale, but for now, Flesh Vortex versus Moose on Blackguard Keep.
All right, but here we go. Oh, Moose just misses the hammer grab right there. Goes into trying to land some signatures. He knows he can finish him off if he could just land something slightly charged up, but he is not able to land pretty much any of his charged signatures at this time. Flesh Vortex playing very carefully with those guns, trying to catch Moose with anything he can, namely the side signatures we saw earlier, but even if he's just trying to go for anything.
Yeah, Moose right now getting punished for the random signature he tossed out. Flesh having the perfect punish for that. And Moose now is down a whole stock in game number 2. Yeah, he's searching for it again, but oh, and he finds it at last. Flesh just kind of walking into that just a little bit. If you can walk in midair.
I wish you could. That'd be the closest thing to flying I think we have.
Well,
but anyway.
Oh, nice combination from Flesh Vortex coming out.
Follows up in the wrong direction, unless he was expecting him to dodge through, and then almost catching the grab there with the hammer as well. But looks like both players are going to be building up a lot of damage on each other.
Yeah,
Moose
right
just
now,
falling behind just a tad.
Moose just slightly behind. Flesh Vortex just putting down damage, trying to do it safely.
Yeah, it doesn't look like him being behind in damage is going to really matter at all, because each of Moose's attacks do so much damage, especially with the hammer, that he'll just catch up immediately as long as he can land just 2 good hits.
Yeah, Moose right now, I feel like he's been trying too hard to land a signature, and instead of putting down consistent damage, Flesh Vortex has been slowly driving him to the red. And Moose, searching for the ground pound, does manage to recover. Flesh Vortex trying to get his own signature for the knockout. It's just not enough. Moose with the charged up side punch. Still not enough to knock out Flesh Vortex.
Oh, but they are. It looks like he's going to find another set of guns. However, can he get him? Oh, he misses his signature. Moose follows up with his own smack to the back. But it looks like both players are going to be in deep red, and it's going to come down to whoever can land their attack first.
Well, Flesh Vortex right now. This trying to find a signature. Moose just missing the punish and moves right into the neutral. Flesh Vortex using that move to just cover all of the side approach angles, and Moose just walked right into it.
Oh, and the uppercut doesn't quite take Flesh Vortex out. I know Moose was probably counting on that to save him there, but it is not going to be the case.
Flesh Vortex now gets hit suddenly, and Moose resets it to neutral 1-1. Both players with a clean stock. It's like the match has just started over. Let's see if Moose can make the difference here. It would be a huge lead advantage for him if he can get the score down to 2-0. Be a complete reversal of what we've seen.
And here we go. It looks like Moose is going to try to build up a lot more damage. He's being much more successful this time with the sword, as he's able to really underspace the guns that Flesh Vortex is trying to use, but looks like he's just needing to land something on him in order to finish this off. If Moose takes this puts him in an advantage.
This could be it, but Moose manages to dodge down through a missed hit and gets the bear claw, but it's just not enough. Flesh Vortex still alive somehow. Can he find himself a weapon, or is Moose going to be able to finish this right here? Flesh
Looks like
getting
he's
going to
find a weapon, but
oh,
Moose just got caught.
Forever.
The down air just saved Moose as well. This is getting insane.
Throw. Flex responds with a side air, both in deep red right now. Any good hit could do this. Moose trying to dodge away, but he's not sure how to get in. He throws his weapon and gets hit by the neutral, unable to avoid it. Flesh Vortex turns and gets the knockout, making it 1-1. Dead even for both these players.
I thought Flesh Vortex took the first match. And then it went Flesh, Moose, and now Flesh in the third. Right?
I don't think so. I think it's 1-1.
It must be the second grand tournament final.
It's the reset final match confusion. It's 1-1 for owned. You're drunk. Go home. I mean,
I can't be still drunk. That would be ridiculous.
All right, so the players have confirmed it is 1-1. I am not crazy. Froned is. So please send all your complaints to Mike.
Send me your energy. I need that more.
Send Froned your energy. Send him your energy. I'm just psyched because I'm getting chips and pizza after this. So you know.
I might have to go out and get like a burger, or maybe just take a nap or something, and then get a Steak and Shake later, because it's not like they're open like all day.
All right, well, here we go. This is Game 3. It is now 1-1 tied up between both of these contestants in the grand finals of the ESL Brawlhalla Community Cup number 5. Flesh Vortex showing us the amazing capabilities of Vrax, the evil overlord, while meanwhile, we have been seeing Vore the Moose coming out today.
Vore the Moose.
Vore the Moose.
But here we go. We have this third match going down right now. It looks like Moose is going to be landing a few good hammer hits right there against Flesh Vortex.
Man, and Moose getting in right there, but like he got in, he dodged through, and then it was just like he just didn't know how to follow up in that scenario. And it's incredibly brutal because Flesh on Vrax is so good at punishing all those whiffed signatures. Moose having to play more cautiously than he would like.
Yeah, but here it goes. They both are now in the red health. And it looks like Flesh Vortex really is trying to land that neutral signature to just take the first stock against him.
These are such close games. Flesh does get the patient neutral. Moose now getting his own weapon. He can't respond,
just
however.
Missed the scoop.
He
just missed the scoop.
And the
lingering
hitboxes.
The lingering hitboxes from that neutral signature from Vrax gonna finish off Moose and take the first stock of this match. All right, but here we go.
Moose needs to get a knockout quickly, otherwise Flesh is going to start building that damage over time, just like he does. It's so difficult to avoid taking damage from Lance as Flesh gets a nice neutral. That's putting Moose immediately down into red. This is not looking good for everybody's favorite Viking.
Oh, but the down air is going to it's going to spike Flesh straight into the ground, and it is going to even it up at 2-2. Unfortunately, Moose is deep. He's getting close to the red health, and he's going to need to play very carefully in order to get away from...
Nice signature from Flesh Vortex. Incredibly brutal as he goes up an entire stock now. And, you know, this could be the makings of a new Brawlhalla legend. Flesh Vortex, you know, like I said, he's been working so hard for this.
Oh, yeah, he's been training on the top of mountain peaks with only the oldest of senseis, and it looks like it is paying off with his Lord Brax play today.
Well, everything is definitely looking pretty good as Moose gets another dodge punish with the Bear Claw, but it's kind of meaningless at this point in the health spectrum. Flesh, being very patient, gets a nice response to the dodge. Moose searching for signatures. Flesh, lands another neutral.
Oh, very nearly takes him out and tries to finish him off with the recovery, but it doesn't work.
Oh, the constant wall of signatures from Flesh Vortex continues to come out. Moose trying to chase him down, but just can't catch up. Oh, and Flesh drops the last hit.
Oh, that would have been it, but it is not gonna happen so soon, says Moose. He's gonna dodge right out of that and continue fighting. He's got Flesh Vortex in the red. He can turn this around, but he has to play his last stock very carefully.
Oh, if Flesh takes it here, it's going to be 2-1. He gets the last hit as Moose goes in for the down air.
That last blast coming out from the recovery to launch him across the full vertical space of the map.
It is now 2-1 with Flesh Vortex up by a whole game. If Flesh Vortex wins the next fight, that's going to be it. He is going to take the cup after coming back from loser's bracket when initially Moose was the one who sent him down there.
So this is just his revenge. He's just letting him know that this is his tournament now. He's got the momentum. He's been...
Chat is just getting super hype right now. So many people cheering for Flesh Vortex and the newly formed Omni. So many people applauding Moose's incredible reads, getting those great signature punishes, and by God, everything is going nuts. Even people are giving You Got Thrown some energy.
I need it. Please throw it at me.
So here we are, guys. This could be the last fight if Flesh Vortex manages to take this. This is Twilight Grove. If we look at the chat, we can see that it was the pick from Moose as a bomb tries to go pinballing around the stage.
Hopefully Moose can use this map pick to his advantage and really make some plays here to bring back this series for him. Put this into the final match, but here we go.
Moose right now just trying to get in on Flesh Vortex, but Flesh knows exactly how to punish every misstep from Moose.
He's playing very... It looks like he's playing much more aggressively this match than previous matches. It might just be something with Twilight Grove really promoting some sort of aggressive playstyle.
Those charged neutrals from Flesh Vortex as he gets a nice signature off of the soft platform. Getting a nice early knockout.
He's making it very difficult for Moose to do anything at all, and even he's just playing the matchup perfectly right now.
Moose trying to find his way in with the sword right now, searching for signatures. Going for those forward rolls. He probably wants his Moose combo. He does punish that neutral option with the instant air ground pound. Not something we see a lot of players aware of, but Moose picked the right option that time. However, Flesh is building damage very consistently.
At this point, all he needs is another one of those down signatures, but he's not going to get the time because Moose is going to land the neutral light air attack to take the first stock off of Flesh in this
nice
fourth round.
Standing neutral from Moose, putting down nice amounts of damage. Flesh, however, gets a nice recovery. Lots of force on the Moose from that. Oh, knocks him out of the signature once again. Flesh Vortex calmly adding down the damage. Moose, meanwhile, he's still been looking for those signature hits, and Flesh has not fallen for a single one yet.
Oh, and he catches him with the last few frames of that neutral air. Moose, almost misses his recovery back onto the map. That would have been devastating.
Flesh Vortex resetting the position. Moose trying to angle himself around the signatures, but still can't punish afterwards. Flesh Vortex gets a nice side air, but Moose still manages to recover, but gets caught by the fast signature as he falls. No other options available, and Flesh...
That puts Moose at 1 life left. This could be it. This could be the game for Flesh Vortex, but it looks like ground pound is going to even up this game completely.
Flesh Vortex suffering the Moose aggression.
We gotta see some more energy in the chat. This could be it.
It is 1-1, guys. If Flesh Vortex takes it here, that's going to be it. Moose really needs to prevent Flesh from using his game plan. He's got Flesh unarmed now. Can he keep the map controller? Is Flesh going to be able to get a weapon pickup? Well, this doesn't look good. Flesh does manage to find a weapon. Gets the recovery immediately. Goes for the neutral air.
Almost hits it with the second recovery. Wow, almost got the...
and Loose going for the risky scoop right there. Flesh Vortex punishing the approach. Moose is trying to find a juggle. Oh, and he gets punished for the recovery off of an instant recovery, and Flesh takes it. So Flesh Vortex ends up taking the last match in a reset double best of 5 grand finals to take the Brawlhalla ESL Community Cup.
And that is gonna be it. Flesh Vortex taking the top spot and the prizes of whatever it is that Zaholipail has. I think it was some fancy looking skins there. But wow, what a crazy end to that tournament. Flesh Vortex coming back to put it into double grand finals against Moose after Moose put him into the bottom bracket to begin with. What an incredible comeback.
Man, Flesh Vortex just playing the games of his life today, playing incredibly patient, using all of the strengths of his character to the best of his abilities, and just, you know, even throughout the course of the day, you could see his playstyle evolve as he continued to fight, you know, some of the best people in the scene right now, and it was just absolutely fantastic to see. Mad congratulations to Flesh Vortex for taking the tournament. Congratulations to JV4 Moose for coming in second place, and congratulations to, who was our third place guy again? Wasn't that some guy named Scroy, some Brazilian guy who always finishes like top 3 or 4 or something?
Something like that.
All right, well, congratulations to everybody. Thank you, everybody, for coming out for today's ESL matchup. It was absolutely fantastic. I was really excited to cast on this patch, and we got to see some amazing things and all new styles of play coming out from people. Really excited to take all of the things that I saw and incorporate them into my own matches so that I can continue to wreck people's faces in the land of Brawlhalla, as I enjoy doing. But yeah, for now, that's going to be it. Thank you again to ESL for, you know, putting this together. Thank you to Zaholipail for inviting me to cast. Thank you to You Got Thrown for joining me.
You are very welcome.
It was a pleasure to have you on board as always, and I guess we'll finish out by reading the viewer list and saying goodbye. All right, so thank you once again to today's moderators, Antil and Zaholipail. Thanks again to Zaholipail for coordinating all of this with the ESL. We're going to read off this list super quick in just a second as I make sure that I get that on its own independent thing so I can see and laugh at all of the reactions. But I'm just happy that we were able to see a best of 5 reset today, because that is always incredibly intense. But thanks again to everybody for coming out. Thank you to A Wild Steve and Archie DZ, IU1, BK139, Blue Tiger 6001, Brutal Nightmare, Collar Creation, Designated Asian, D-Grave 2196, Diet of Moritas, DZ Easy Spells, Dogwalk 13, Dine DW, Edge 099, Egg Soup TV, Euler Hope Punk Fearless, BRW, Flesh Vortex, congratulations again, my man, for taking today's tournament. Fling Poo Monkey, Fuzzy L, Grimwolf, Hang the Gladiator, Hannah 2001, I Like Trains 10, I'm Tybo, Jack, XW14, Javi Bravo, Junkie Virus, Kasane Yoshiko, Kazev1, Kreutzberg, Kyle H. Herman, Lion the X's, Licriles, I think, Matterhorn X, Mikhail Akaminsky, Milo2391, Mongello, Nebo 8, Part of the Creed, Plucker Puck, Pornorn 2, Ponorn 2, Remember, Shadowlords, Sith H, Sir Pots and Pans, Scroy 26, Soap Tasty, Sora Oblivion, and I don't know why the rest of the thing isn't loading for me. Oh, there we go. Sora Oblivion, Spectrala, Stevenator 546, The Negative Pro, The Truck Thunders, 1100, The Stardust, Tito Slayer X, Trigger Happy 0186, Tiverus, You Got Thrown, Volcor, LOL, Xena Trago, XX Aki XX, Yellow Karama, Z-Baz, Z-Zombie, and of course, Zaholipail. Thanks again to everybody for coming out and watching and supporting today's Community Cup. You guys will be able to find the entire video broadcast exported to my YouTube channel later this evening. But for now, thank you everybody for coming out. It was an honor to host another ESL tournament. And one more time, congratulations to Fletch Vortex, and thanks to you, You Got Thrown, for coming out as well.
Thank you for hosting the tournament and having me on here. The man, the one, the only, his name, Raiden.
All right, everybody, that's going to be it, and we'll see you next time for more Brawlhalla action.
You guys take care.
Bye.